Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Thank you all so much for joining us today in our Discord group session. So glad you guys are here. We have a lot of things to go over, a lot of things that are new with what we've been doing. So really excited for today's session. Keep in mind, because this is our Discord group session, we want it to be very interactive and engaging. So the way we've set it up is that it is a meeting, which means that you can jump on the mic, jump on the camera, share your screens if you would like to. If you're looking for a chart setup and you want to show us what you're looking at, feel free to jump on. So don't be shy. We want this to be, again, very interactive and engaging for you guys. So any questions you have, type it in the chat. We'll make sure to get to those throughout the session. Just a heads up, if you aren't talking, just make sure to mute your mic so that we can allow other people to talk and jump in as well. So let's get started jumping into our Discord group for today. So everyone who was in the Discord group this morning saw that we posted the prep screen in the online Discord group. So that one's going to be there. If you go to discordgroup.com and you click into our chat room, you'll see this prep screen was posted there. So give you guys a heads up on that. Updated our buy and sell zones here, looking at, bigger picture overview of what's going on with the equity index futures. What's in the news, more on the bearish side, which for me find very interesting. Oftentimes what they put in the news is just something to portray information to, traders and get them to think one thing, and then the markets do something completely opposite. So anticipating that could be the case, seeing more bearish news as the markets on the smaller time frames have been moving higher. News is something we do want to take a look at though. So you can see, taking a look at Market Watch, stocks have been headed for another sell-off. Futures dip, bonds fall as clock ticks to Powell. So a lot of bearish news coming out there. Ultimately, we know how to read price action and read the chart. So we want to be looking at that, seeing what's going on in the news, but ultimately relying on, what's going on in the charts, where are our zones at, what's the trend, and using all that information to assess our trade setups. Economic reports also had a lot coming out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, so make sure you're always prepared for those, going over to Econo Day and seeing what's going on there. A lot of these economic reports can cause volatility in the market, so make sure you're checking that out ahead of time versus just placing trades and then after the fact seeing that there are economic reports coming out. So another big one coming out later is going to be consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then Jerome Powell is also speaking at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So keep an eye on these. These are reasons that, we just want to understand what reports are coming out as well as Fed announcements. These are all going to cause volatility in the markets. So bottom right corner, we're looking for some breakout trade opportunities, keeping an eye on the top sides where we have the 3 touches of resistance on the equity index futures. So when we find those 3 touches, we're looking for those breakout trades, looking for more on the top side in this case, and the more we can trade with the trend, the better. Also, platinum saw a higher time frame setup on the 4-hour chart, looking for more of a breakout to the downside. Higher time frames, we can see a support area has been tested several times. So also trading tip of the day, very important. On the smaller time frames, the equity index futures have formed buy zones as prices started moving higher. So look for price to drop into these high volume buy zones to ultimately trade with the trend. Overall, how many odds enhancers can we stack in our favor as possible? And looking for our buy zones, leg base group of candles that were formed on high volume during the regular trading hours is going to be very helpful with looking for our high probability setups. So also do want to recap. So if you guys are in the live trading room, how many of you guys took advantage of our prep screen? So this week we had a lot that triggered on the equity index futures. Notice the S&P over here on the left-hand side had a nice short trade from that. The Russell also hit from a sell zone on our prep screen. So a lot of these trades are hitting. So if you're not in the live trading room, make sure you join because a lot of these are hitting, during our sessions, but also after our sessions as well. Also, the Dow hit as well. So looking for, where are these key turning points in the markets? You can see a nice short trade here. When we look to the left-hand side, we want to gather what information was there to lead to this high probability trade setup. So we look left, we see we had a strong move down. We had like base group of candles on the 5-minute time frame, formed on higher volume. All these different odds enhancers is what we use to incorporate into our zones from our prep screens that you guys get each morning. So just wanted to showcase that in case some of you guys did take advantage of those from the prep screen. We'll recap at the end with our open buy and sell territories that are still out there that you guys can keep an eye on after our sessions. And since we did extend this to more people for today's session, if you aren't following us already on Twitter, that's the big one where we're posting a lot of your guys' successes and trade setups. Make sure you do that. I know there's a lot of imposters out there, but the correct account is The Elite Trade. That's our Twitter handle. So just wanted to mention that. Let's jump back into now our pre-market routine. Jumping over. Here we go. And so I also have the Discord group opened up. You can see that I posted the prep screen this morning in there. So if you want to grab it from there, you can. And then going over, okay, so back into the news, just again, getting a big picture overview of, are you feeling a little bit more on the bearish side, a little bit more on the bullish side, but overall just getting a gauge of what they're portraying in the news. That can help you just as one of the odds enhancers we use to incorporate into our pre-market routine. So we look at Market Watch, we look at Yahoo Finance, overall seeing more on the bearish side, the news that's being portrayed. But ultimately, I'm looking at the charts, smaller time frames, we're in more of an uptrend. So looking for those high probability long setups, either for price to drop into our buy territories or taking those breakout trades to the upside. Going over to Econo Day. So as I mentioned before, why this is important to incorporate into your pre-market routine is just understanding what reports are coming out. Are they going to be market moving indicators? Because if so, that's what can cause a lot of that volatility in the markets. So today, if you guys were looking at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, we had that spike in the markets. So a couple reports that came out then.
Yeah,
we have,
I got to pee and then he got up and just started pacing around. And the next thing I know, they're fighting.
Thank you. So if you look for Friday later in the day, we have consumer sentiment, 10 a.m. Eastern time, and then Jerome Powell at 10 a.m. Eastern time as well. So we're keeping an eye on that one. That's also, a lot of you guys know that 10 o'clock reversal time. So different things that we want to keep an eye on for today, just to get a big picture overview of what the day is going to look like. Now jumping back over to the charts. So we currently are an outside day. So we want to look at the equity index futures, bigger picture time frame, get an idea of what's going on. So what I do in the mornings to set up as part of my pre-market routine is marking the prior session's high, prior session's low, prior session's close. We can see that we did break the prior session's high, which means we are going to be an outside day. Outside days, we're looking for more of those trending opportunities to the upside. Since we did break that high, we're anticipating more momentum to the upside, which we're seeing right now as price is moving higher. So looking for pullbacks into our buy zones or ways to take those breakout trades to the upside. Yeah, so if you're not speaking, make sure you have your mic on mute so it doesn't interfere with everyone else. Thank you, guys. So S&P there, let's go to the smaller time frames. And also let's take a look at, you'll notice over on the left-hand side, I have the Dow Jones 30 stocks. This is going to help me gauge whether futures are overbought or oversold relative to the cash market. So in order to do that, we're going to look at the Dow 30 stocks and look at the number of stocks that are up over 94 cents versus the number of stocks that are down over 94 cents.
Can you take a look at, there's a lot of, right on the Russell. I mean, I think you're coming up to it.
Yeah.
I'll share my screen just real quick because I have your zone posted just above there as well.
Perfect.
And part of taking these trades is understanding where the breakout point is, and then understanding where the zone is below it. 'Cause once price broke out of this area, this becomes now what we call here is a buy territory. So all the buyers are down below here, okay? And we're approaching the upside here, where we're looking for the sellers to come in. Just trying to get my picture just right. So in the buy territory is where we're going to be looking for a leg base group of candles. As prices approaching the zones, I think these are ones really close. Caitlin had posted on the prep screen. It's in the Discord room right now. And we have a little area here. Not this first one is not quite in a sell territory. Well, I guess it is. It's just I didn't have mine drawn out. So that first little area in this sell territory is we're approaching that 1976 area, which is where we would anticipate some sellers to step in and therefore look to take a short-term profit on that. Let's see, can you admit those people?
I am, yeah, you're good.
Okay, thanks. All right, anyways, I just wanted to, there's several of these that Caitlin's going through right now that are approaching the supply zone, so keep an eye on it. We're still about 15 minutes away from market open. At last, I just redrew the chart for the V contract on natural gas, and there's a couple of smaller zones. I'm using a tick chart because the overnight data really messes up the chart. So I'm still looking for this pocket of points to finish. We did have another leg base right there at 9.522. I'm looking for just a little spike up, 9.626, using a stop loss, 9.717, and watching that range. I am anticipating price to sell off simply because of the last trade date coming in. And usually the last 2 days right before the last trade date, which is the Monday, we'll see that they jump out of that front month contract and then they'll come in and buy the back month contract, which is, I'm looking for a target range down here at 8.752 once we get that pullback. And then we'll look for the seasonal play for things to continue going higher. So just a little bit on that. I wanted to keep an eye on what was going on with some of the equity indexes, and back to you.
Awesome. Do you want to answer Deepak's question real quick? I know this is one I used to ask you all the time. I think you have a good way of explaining the 94 cents variance.
Yeah, it's a little more to type up, so I'll cover it once I start going.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, S&P. So we're looking for that variance. The 94 cents comes into play just to get a gauge whether futures are overbought or oversold relative to the cash market. So typically over 94 cents is where we want to start looking for those extreme moves in those stocks that are either up over that amount or below that amount. These are the ones that we want to compare with the futures market, and seeing that what the cash market is compared to the futures market, we can see whether futures are overbought or oversold relative to cash. So taking a look on the left-hand side, we can see we have 2 stocks that are up over 94 cents. You can use the mark change column in Thinkorswim. It's the one I use. So we have 2 stocks up over 94 cents. And how many down below over 94 cents? I think it's 0. So we have 2 over 94 cents, 0 that are below 94 cents. Then you want to net the 2. That gives us positive 2. Multiply it by 2. That's going to give us the cash value. And that's going to be positive 4. So we just take that number and then compare it to where the futures market is trading right now. So cash as a statement is positive 4. Futures market is trading at positive 10.5. So who can tell me, are futures currently overbought or oversold relative to cash? And some of you guys who've been with us a while probably know the answer. But if cash is +4, futures is +11, would futures be overbought or oversold relative to cash? Awesome job, Jeff. It is overbought. So currently if futures are trading above the cash market, then that means futures are going to be overbought. As a statement, they're going to be overbought by about 6 to 7 points right now. So if futures are overbought coming up into a sell territory, that's when we look for our short trade opportunities. So we'll keep an eye on some of our leg-based sell zones since futures are overbought. Futures being overbought and then coming into a sell territory, that can give us an idea of looking for some of our short trade opportunities. So S&P, again, we are an outside day. Why that is important is because we're looking for those breakout trades to the upside or those pullbacks into our buy territories. Overall, looking to trade with this momentum as we broke that high, anticipating price to continue to move higher up. Going down to the 15-minute, you'll see our zones that I have marked here are going to be the ones from the prep screen that you guys got. So I have a 8-minute active buy territory here. We can see this one is formed on high volume. And just to show you when I'm marking the time frames in these zones, that's going to represent where I'm looking for the leg-based group of candles. Why that group of candles? Time and time again, we often see price change direction there. So we're looking for price to come back into those areas where we have the leg base, and then to change direction at that point. So 41.74 would be the entry, stop at 41.67. And again, looking for those pullbacks to trade with the smaller time frame trend to the upside. We already got that breakout move. I think that was on our prep screen as well, some of those breakout trade opportunities. And then on the top side, looking for price to intersect with our sell territories. We have our 13-minute one right up here. Now, notice location. How many people see why this may be a good area to look for a short trade opportunity or for some potential unfilled sell orders? Who sees a big key piece of information over here that represents often a stronger imbalance of orders? Yeah, agree with you on that one, Jeff, definitely. So we're looking how price took out a lot of those buyers below. You can see, even if I go to the left a little bit, that we're looking for location. That was this an area above a prior support level. Price tested this area several times, broke lower. So we're really targeting that area just above that support to find where there may be an imbalance of orders. And also notice the gap. So that's the one thing that I like to look for is where do we have these gap ups or gap downs can often represent some of the largest imbalances of orders. We can see price gap down from this point, hasn't returned back there. That's where I'm looking for some unfilled sell orders at that point. So that is S&P. Going over to NASDAQ, and you'll notice that over on the left-hand side, I have all the stocks that are going to be moving, and then ultimately the futures market follows what the cash market or the stocks are doing. So we want to make sure we're keeping an eye on those as well. NASDAQ, similar to the S&P, we did break the prior session's high. So as a statement, we are an outside day. We're looking for more of those trending opportunities to the upside and anticipating price to move higher. But incorporating the stocks, we want to see what they're doing, that if the stocks are moving higher as well, that's going to further impact the futures market. Going down to the smaller time frames. I'm glad that was helpful, Deepak. No problem. So already got that breakout. You can see, let me go back to our prep screen. Okay, so that was on the S&P. So again, a great reason why you want to take note of the prep screen beforehand. S&P, we had that breakout trade already above 42.03. Anywhere we have those three touches, I'm looking for those breakout trade opportunities. We had it on the NASDAQ as well, broke through that area. So we'd be looking for unfilled orders below that point as Jeff was going over before. Also have the 6-minute zone right over here, created on high volume during the regular trading hours. That one's going to be at 13,029.75. with our stop at 12,997.25. I would say we likely have one, as Jeff was mapping out before for us, showing that, this is the area that we're targeting right below that breakout point. So we may also have another zone right in our buy territory in there. Looking for, profit potential, where is our opposing zone? We have, again, a similar area where we have that gap down over here, 14-minute leg base. That's going to be at 13,253.75 with our stop at 13,287.75. I'm going over to the Russell. And if any of you guys have any questions or want to jump in or see, something else setting up, please do so. I mentioned before, these are meant to be very interactive and engaging sessions. So feel free to chime in if you'd like. Going over to the Russell, similar picture. We broke that prior session's high. So currently it's an outside day, looking for more of those trending opportunities to the upside. Even taking a step back, just seeing that we've had this big move to the upside. We're looking to participate in that move, taking those breakouts to the upside or waiting for our pullbacks into our buy zones. 15-minute time frame. So we can see we had that area of resistance, the 3 touches, broke through that. Now we're waiting for the pullbacks into our buy zones. 2-minute one I had here on higher volume is going to be at 1945.9. Stop at 1940.8. And by turning the time frame down to the 2-minute time frame, you'll be able to see the leg base group of candles within this area. And we'll also want to look right in here too, right at the origin of that move up for the leg base in here as well. Going over to the Dow. So you can see as we're doing this and going through all the equity index futures, I'm looking at correlations too. So all the equity indexes have broken the prior session's high. We're moving higher. So that's a good sign for us that we're going to be looking for more of those trending opportunities. Seeing all the equity indexes correlated is just a nice odds enhancer for us. So outside day, breaking out to the upside, looking for pullbacks into our buy zones. Couple ones below that were formed, we can see on higher volume during Thursday's regular trading hours. Take note of these. The upper one's going to be on your prep screen, 33,081. Stop at 33,031. 6-minute one below. And then same process, we can see that this one already had the breakout. So we'll be looking for that pullback into leg base group of candles just below that area in our buy territory. So we'll be targeting that area as well. Now going to some of the other odds enhancers and indicators we like to look at, as I mentioned, looking for those correlations. We can see we had that breakout on the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Russell, and Dow. So we're seeing them all being correlated, which is a good sign as far as looking for more of those trending market conditions. Equity index is moving higher. Typically, we want to see bonds moving to the downside. So you can see here 30-year bonds, in this case, is moving to the upside. They're actually moving in the same direction as the equity index futures. Typically, we want to look for that inverse correlation with bonds moving to the downside. This is something could be a red flag, but we do want to monitor it throughout our session today. Going over to the internal, so we'll keep an eye on these, looking for some of those extreme readings, especially when we have big moves to the upside and big moves to the down. In the equity index futures, we're looking for our internals to have some extreme readings, either at these low points or high points, to gauge where we might see some more extreme moves or potentially drops into buy zones, rallies up into our sell zones. Just looking for different readings on these indicators. So we'll keep an eye on all those once the market opens in about 6 minutes. Then lastly, one we always look at is our pre-market indicator on Thinkorswim. It's going to be the ticker QMI. We're looking for a gap up or a gap down in the pre-market. We can see here in the pre-market, we had a slight gap up. What this means is we're seeing more upticks and up volume in the pre-market. which can often indicate more bullish sentiment coming into play. So overall, the purpose of this pre-market routine, just getting a feel for what's going on with the equity index futures. Are we going to be feeling more bullish, more bearish? Overall, we are an outside day, breaking the prior session's high on the equity index futures. So looking for more of those trending moves to the upside.
Did you say we could talk or ask questions?
Yeah, jump in, Daryl. You got
Hey, what's
something
going
here?
on? Hey, Jeff. Some of these zones you set up and everything. Do you place trades on your zones before the open? Like you're looking for, like a lot of times what I've been doing is with the leg base is trying to find areas in which you had a good breakout from and analyzing where that was and measuring like the overall move, let's say over the overnight or whatever it might be, and get an idea of where it might come back to. And if I see a good leg base there's a lot of times the market opens up and slams a candle wick all the way down in, hits it, and then goes right back up. And those to me are the best ones to find. But I was wondering, do you guys place your trades before the market open, or do you kind of wait to see what the market's doing before putting the actual trade on the board? Like I look at some of them, I go, that's not a lot of risk, whatever it might be, especially on the NASDAQ, right? If you're on the micro NASDAQ, it's like, oh, I'm going to risk, $20, but if it blasts off, it's going to make $120, and that's good risk to reward. So take the chance.
That's such a great question. I think
Who
Jeff
got filled? Who got filled?
Jeff, is that you? Did you get in something?
No, I just took a little profit. I am watching natural gas. Grab the screen from you for a moment.
Okay. And I just want to touch on Daryl's comment. For me, typically when we're in the live trading room, I'll avoid taking those earlier trades before the market open, because a lot of times we see so much volatility in the markets with the market opening. So it's really up to preference. I mean, if your zone is small, you're risking not a whole lot, and it's more of like a trend trade. So if you're trading with the trend, it's in a good area, it's dropping into a zone that was formed on higher volume, I would say look for all those different odds enhancers you can incorporate to be more confident taking that setup. However, if it's like a counter trend trade, if it was a zone that was formed in the overnight session, then I might wait a little bit more. So I'd say just, incorporating different odds enhancers, but overall, once the market opens, understanding there may be some additional volatility coming into play. But overall, I'm just a little bit more cautious. What about you, Jeff?
It's on a case-by-case basis. Like this morning, as we're getting ready to open, the markets are pulling back. They're dropping pretty quickly, and you look at the velocity of it dropping and rallying, and for me, that's a way that I determine whether liquidity is there. Same with using the Dow 30 as an odds enhancer, but also using that Dow 30 volume. If you look over here at the volume and you take measurements of the volume each day, you start to see is this light volume for 3 minutes before the market opens? Is it heavy? Is it normal? And right now it's extremely light for me, but I've observed this all the time. Okay.
Right.
So with that light volume, I can anticipate that at the open, the spike up and spike downs will be potentially overshooting. Like I have this zone formed here after the breakout. I'm not willing to put on a trade at this point because the low liquidity. It could overshoot. We did have the zone down here and a dotted line from our prep screen. If it overshot this one, then I have this one right below it, 41.74, 41.67. So for me, it's using the things that Caitlin just mentioned: inside day, outside day. Okay, where is the tick? Where is the trend? Where's the VIX? All those little pieces of information, including how we see like crude oil. I mean, crude oil spiked up and the markets pulled back. Right now, crude oil is coming back down, and we still have that 91.50, 91.06. There's a zone right there, but we've used crude oil as an odds enhancer. So now that crude oil is pulling back like this, I'm going to anticipate within the next few minutes that the indexes are going to spike to the upside on the open. Now, the only way I can participate in that is if I have a zone that I can get into, okay, like on the S&P 4188, 4179 area. On the NASDAQ, 13112, 1369. Okay, and we're seeing that, right now looking at the NASDAQ stocks that tend to move the NASDAQ, we got 3 up and 3 down. So we got that mixed market. All of these things play in a part along with the trend. The pre-market trend was pretty high. As we were looking at that earlier, Caitlin pointed it out, and now it's back into the neutral zone. In our observation, what the ARMS index tells us is that approximately about 20 minutes after it gets to one of those extremes is when we start to see that move. The QMI, which is the pre-market indicator, whether it's moving up or moving down, is something that the NASDAQ exchange produced to help them price the market at the open. And, we know it behind the scenes is upticks over downticks and so on. Okay, kind of understanding the mechanics that are behind it. And it's not just one clear answer. Yes, I get in. No, I don't. Set it up. It's understanding what Caitlin covers in the pre-market and really internalizing that. And everybody should have access to getting that pre-market routine so that you can set your day up, and then you can kind of go along with Caitlin in the morning and myself when we're going over those. So when you take action yourself and document that rather than sitting back and listening, you start to develop more sensitivities to the market. The other aspect that I would include in that is that what was the range in the overnight? What was the Globex high? What was the Globex low? What was that range in between? Was it normal? Was it, what's the average? And you just collect that information. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I also do the same thing like on news is try to spot those zones, because the news can go right into those zones real quick and right out, and then it's just a quick trade. But the last question I have for you is you said you guys have a what's it called, the market overview. Is that something you hand out in your class before you start? It's like that shows you the different trades with the different zones, or is that part of the monthly thing?
Yeah, well,
yeah, that guy right there.
You want to handle that, Kate?
Yeah, so everyone in the live trading room, it's part of that group. So if you are in the live trading room, you get that each morning before we start the session, about 10 minutes before. Everyone gets that just to get ready for, once we start, we ask everyone to mark out those zones, but we're looking for, the 4 main equity index features, those buy and sell zones. So great overview. Let me share my screen again. See, I posted this in the Discord group this morning as well, but we give it out in our sessions about 10 minutes before. But yeah, it gives you a good overview of, our short trade opportunities we're looking at, our buy zones, where we're looking for price to drop into. And then the time frame is going to be where we're finding the leg base group of candles.
Right.
So all the main things that we look at in the pre-market routine, as you mentioned, what's going on in the news, sometimes price can drop into those buy zones and sell zones. So looking at that, economic reports causing a lot of volatility. Also those breakout trades where we saw price broke out to the upside, looking for where we have those areas of order imbalances. And then we also incorporate a tip of the day. But yeah, so this is part of the live trading room. Once you're enrolled in that, you get this each morning.
I like that, because last time I joined, it was, we would go through it, and I'd be sitting there like trying to capture the screens and the information. And I'm like, all of a sudden the open happens, and I'm like, and you're trying to plot them out, and you missed some of them. So I like that. I think that's great improvement.
Exactly. Yeah, you guys can just take a picture, and then if you have 2 screens, which is ideal, then you can start marking them on your one screen while you're watching us on the other screen. It's a good way to just get a feel for what's going on before we start just jumping right into it.
Yeah, 2 screens.
Yeah, and also.
I have
the
three
post-market one.
43-inch screens.
There you go.
So, I can span the 3 of them and I can see back, I don't know, 2 years.
It's wonderful.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for answering.
Yeah, no problem.
And that's what this room is for, so just, keep
I
asking
just
questions.
turn my camera on and say, hey, I haven't seen Jeff in forever. So,
Good to see you,
remember
Daryl.
me or not, from OTA in Boston.
All right.
Daryl. Yeah, love that. Love that you're the first one too to jump on. Anyone else want to jump
Yeah.
on, please do so. Camera, Mike, if you want a chart you want to look at, please do
Caitlin,
so.
you mind if I see over the screen real quick?
Daniel, absolutely. It's all yours.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. I wanted to know, yesterday on the Discord group, we were looking at this trade. I remember I was posting it as a hold your breath trade because we were doing like an end of day thing. And we had here on multiple time frames, we had here on the Russell 3 touches, just here on the smaller time frame on the 1 minute. And then so I set up a breakout trade, but then I saw on 4 minutes, 4 minutes, we have here a drop leg base leg, and which took out this zone right here. And now, so I told everyone to chart the buying zone. And then overnight, right at 7, it came in. So now I'm actually waiting for it to come in just a little bit deeper because I think the Russell loves to do that little fake out breakout. And so I'm actually watching it over here to see what it comes out to. Because now, but one of my questions is this area here, this zone here was tested multiple times and it came down here before it broke out. Is this a pivot point reaction to this order, or is this a fresh zone that I should look in?
That's a good question. That looks like a retest to me since it dipped into the zone you had previously that was formed on higher volume. So yeah, we could look for price to come down a second time, as you're saying, going deeper into the initial zone we have marked to the left, and then for price to continue to move higher.
Do you consider
then-
that, when you mark that zone there and, when it leaves the zone and it comes back and it just touches the zone, is that considered the first touch or no? You don't count that one?
You mean right here?
Yeah,
Right at the
right.
beginning?
Yeah.
The zone was still pending. You have to understand here, I'll put it on 4 minutes. Here, the zone is still pending, so it's not active. So it could be it's still picking up those last bit of orders, but we do know that this isn't really a test because this is still this would be the candle that I would consider to be leaving the zone right here.
Right. Okay.
Because this was the candle that officially broke through this this supply over
Gotcha.
here.
Yeah. I also wanted to get with you, Dan, at some point. I like the way you have your candle set. I can't figure out how to is that marking the 50% in trading view?
Yes.
I got to figure out how to do that.
I'll show you. This is why I like TradingView. Look for
Sure.
this. Look for this study that you can add.
Yeah, I found that.
This 1.5.
Uh-huh.
That's this.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
See, look. I take this off.
Yeah, I did that before and I was like, all right, which one's 50 and which one's, 100, higher. I didn't know that was 50%, right?
Yeah, I use this just to like the white really doesn't bother me that much. I concentrate more on the yellows because the
Yeah.
yellows are base candles. So this is
Yeah.
what we use the leg base method.
Sweet. Okay, cool.
And that's what I use that for. Because I'm very, very visual. I have to see it in order to understand what's going on. But also sidebar question, how many kept playing with the euro? Because we were playing here. I remember this is where we took target, came back, came extremely deep into the zone and then took off. I remember Jeff was trying. Did you end up staying in the trade for the euro?
I didn't stay in the whole time, but it's still playing out. Let me show my chart.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a great trade setup. Jeff, that's the one you marked there we go.
Yeah, this is the one we've been playing out. We took that first entry in the live trading room right here. Now, I was just using the mini contract, and I took it off as price came up here. I took my profits, and then now I've just been watching the rest of it play out, which we had that template already set up. We said, based on the structure of this drop to base to rally, and then retest of a zone, that little base area was an odds enhancer that showed me that 97% of the time price will break above that Y point. And sure enough, it did. It went right up to a 113 extension, pulled back, did about a 618 retracement. And now we're looking at target 1 right up here at the 1618, and target 2 now aligns with an opposing supply zone. Also, I think, yeah, I did take the natural gas. Okay, this is the one we were talking about in the pre-market. Okay, I do have a pretty tight stop on it. I'm using the mini natural gas. It has lighter volume. The reason I'm going short overall here is I'm anticipating the last trade date is on Monday. So as they're getting out of futures contracts on the front month, this contract will drop. Now, I went to the V contract. It's simply because that has more volume on it than the U contract. But as they're closing out the U contract, there's some last minute sells, and that's what I'm anticipating on as a fundamental piece of information there. Also, I want to point out that this one's a little tricky. That's why my stop is tight, because it's in that dead space. Okay, and these can be a little more risky, taking a zone in that dead space area. And also the dead space below it, which we have, and the dead space for us is anything where price is between the resistance and support, okay, is considered at dead space. And price easily goes through this. Now, breakout trades work really well in the dead space, but supply and demand zones often fail, okay? So this product here, the natural gas, is more thinly traded. So the whipsaws, and, you know, it's a little elevated risk. It's kind of a wildcat to participate in. The target that I'm looking for is 8.752. And of course, I'll lock in profits as price makes its way down to that area. Okay. Little tricky on the top, so I'm not recommending anybody jump in unless you're okay with the risk on the trade. And also just pointing out the zones there. Coming back over to S&P. S&P is approaching that 4188, but I want to make you cautious about that overnight low volume zone. Okay. Now the zone that was posted on the prep screen, okay, that we have, this one over here that Caitlin marked out, okay, is you add volume, you'll see that the volume as an odds enhancer is much better. Okay, so there's a more higher volume, more institutional participation there. Okay, so I also want to point out that this first zone on the Russell, price came into it and now is going very deep into it, potentially breaking it. So I'm going to focus more on the zones off the prep screen now. Okay, because I'm keeping an eye on Russell and also crude oil. Crude oil, Russell, and the other equity indexes have had, crude oil and the equity indexes have recently in the last few days had some inverse relation. Crude oil going down, markets go up, crude oil going up, markets go down, and so on, with a little bit of a lag, but we're seeing that is that correlation there. If you're willing to take the risk, you can take the Russell as it is leaving 1957, 70 area. But again, keep in mind that the other indexes are still approaching. And that, saying that, is as we're waiting for the S&P, Dow, and NASDAQ to approach that demand zone there after the breakout. Okay? The Russell already did it. Okay, so if you're going to trade the Russell, and they're all somewhat correlated here, you would have to anticipate that the Russell may go lower if all of these go into their zones. Okay, that makes sense. You guys keeping up on that? I lost my panelist there. So we're sharing a lot of information here, and in our live trading room, things are a little bit more formal. This is a Discord group, okay? We wanted to open this up so that you guys could ask questions, you could participate, you could bring up your chart so we could see what you're looking at, and kind of help critique you. Caitlin and I have had a lot of discussions on how do we get our students to be more successful, and spending more time with you to help you understand these things, and also spending time helping you to spend time with other folks like in the Discord room, so that you have a place to talk, you have a place to share, you have a place to say, hey, I'm looking at this one, and somebody goes, hey, you know that's got the leg base, but you're missing the 3 touches on the other side. Okay, reminding each other and supporting each other is really a big part of trading. Is sometimes we get just straightforward going into a trade and we forget about what's going on around us. I also want to give I want to recognize Daniel. Daniel is one that has been monitoring and moderating in the Discord room. So if you do hear some commentary from Daniel, we've worked closely with Daniel. He's been around, he's gone through the Mastering the Charts or Training the Eyes course. He's very versed in what we're teaching. So we rely on Daniel a lot here as well. So, always thank you for jumping in. Fridays are a little difficult because he has to do all the weekend cooking before he can come into the chat room, part of his disciplines and stuff like that. So anyways, thanks, Daniel. And
No problem.
always appreciate you.
I do this for selfish reasons. This is a place for me to get better.
All right, so anybody taking any of these trades? I mean, the market just slowly drifted right down there on the NQ. S&P is still on its way down.
I'm watching the tick. The tick does not move. These market movements, like the tick is barely inching along. The advancing issues minus declining issues is in a no trade zone. So, and we already had the first quarter hour reversal, or quote unquote reversal. I did get into my Russell trade because it went into the zone and went out. So I have 2 micros.
You want to take the screen
on it? Sure. I mean, there's not much to see.
Anybody take the natural gas?
Here, it came in. So I took, once my alert went off, I put on a confirmation entry, and it's just sitting there. But I'm watching. So now I'm watching the internals just to see what they're doing. I'm trying to see if they're confirmation. The trend just opened high, came down low, and I don't know how to react to
Are
this
you
candle
in
right here.
demand on the Russell?
Right here? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
What-
but
Keep in mind,
the
guys,
reason we pointed out the other equity indexes were not at their demand yet. Okay. So, the other equity indexes still need to come down a little bit further, which may take the Russell beyond.
Down and out. This is, yeah, this
But
is why it's
the
half
NQ
of my
just
position.
the NQ just hit your demand at 112.
Correct. But the S&P is the one that leads us. We were talking about that yesterday in the Discord group, how the S&P is kind of that leader. Sorry to cut you off, Daniel.
No, I'm still catching up on like a lot of my charting.
I would
And
look at the
so-
stocks too, because I'm just keeping an eye on them. I see IBM's moving lower, Goldman Sachs is moving lower. So we would want to ideally, along with the other equity indexes still coming back down to their demand zones, as Jeff mentioned, but the stocks are seeming a little more bearish as well. but
Well,
just keep an eye on those.
not to mention the volume today is worse than yesterday, and yesterday was worse than, well, anyway, it's been bad. But
I
man,
think it's that's all because of the Jackson Hole thing. That
yeah,
I'm also trying to see what announcements are coming up. So let me
Is
just
Powell
get that out
speaking
of the way.
today? Isn't Powell speaking?
Powell
yeah,
spoke
Powell.
yesterday.
No, he speaks today at
Today?
10
Again?
o'clock.
Speaking today at 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, so everyone's
Lovely.
chilling.
Yeah, so everybody's sitting out waiting for that, I think, including
And
me.
with that low liquidity, you're gonna see some violent price moves.
And that's why I didn't get into that natural gas trade, because liquidity, low liquidity and natural gas, it's like a match to natural gas.
Time for me to
Don't
find
like
that
the
zone.
match around the natural gas.
There, got stopped out. Okay. So $30 loss. I can take it.
But this is a real environment, real trading environment. We do get stopped out. I get stopped out in front of the class. I'm using a live account as well. So whether you're using simulated or live trades, it really doesn't matter. Okay, what matters is that you're practicing always. And when you're practicing using the live markets, you're holding yourself out there and more accountable. So even in the Discord group, if you're still not trading live capital, that's okay. Put your charts out there, participate with us, take the trade. If you get stopped out, usually that ego will cause you to do better the next time. Okay, like, oh my gosh, I got stopped out. Now, don't worry about getting stopped out. It's all part of trading. Okay, it's that risk management that must be in play at all times.
Jeff, I
Yes.
think you had marked out 41.88 on the ES, but it just hit it, but that's way early, right?
Yeah, okay, great point. Hi, Chris. Sorry. When we are looking for price to intersect with a demand zone or supply zone, especially between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Eastern, okay, we are looking for price to intersect right on the quarter hour. If it goes in there 3-4 minutes before it, often it will go through. So now the S&P came in, we're getting a little bounce, everybody's feeling good, okay? But see, we got into that zone 8 minutes early, okay? And it wasn't on the quarter hour. So chances are we're going to kind of flounder around here a little bit and then potentially break that. So that's why the zones that were posted in the prep screen on the S&P, 4174, 4167 is what I'm more in favor of using, okay, at this moment. And because the S&P arrived in that demand zone early, I do anticipate it to go through, just like we saw on the Russell. So now the Russell next zone. I'm gonna steal the chart from you, Daniel.
Go ahead.
See, the Russell broke through that area. And Russell is somewhat of an odds enhancer in as much as, we see it move on occasion before the other equity indexes and kind of give us a direction. For the things that we've been discussing about pre-market, we did anticipate that, the Russell got into the zone before the quarter hour, bounced out a little bit, got maybe a 0.5 to 1, 1 to 1, and then broke through, okay? Using the Russell as kind of that gauge, then I come over to the Dow. And the Dow has not gotten back down to that area. We did have the breakout. This is a buy territory. Go ahead.
No, I think someone has a hot mic.
All right, Daniel, I made you the co-host too, so,
Yeah, I'm watching.
okay.
I want to touch on, I want to give a shout out to Dingo real quick and just share my screen because we're always looking at, what the stocks are doing, IBM, Goldman Sachs. So great comment from Dingo. I like that you mentioned that because it had me looking over at Goldman Sachs, but you can see for those of you who are new on the left-hand side, we're always looking at what IBM's doing, what Goldman Sachs is doing. to monitor what the stocks are doing, cash value, because that's going to impact what the futures market's doing. So sometimes we only see a little bit. I mentioned before that they were seeming more bearish. And then Dingo mentioned that Goldman Sachs hit the gap sell territories. So jumping over to Goldman Sachs just to get a feel for what's going on there. Notice how price rallied up, but look where it rallied into. So price on Goldman Sachs 30-minute chart, we came right into this support area. Price tested this area once, twice, 3, 4 times, broke out to the downside, had this huge gap down. So we'd be looking for our leg base group of candles right in here. And notice that this is where Goldman Sachs just dipped right into and started coming back down, knowing that IBM and Goldman Sachs are going to impact the futures markets on the S&P, then we could use this as an odds enhancer saying, okay, Goldman Sachs gapping up into a sell territory, almost like a bull trap, then we could use that as an odds enhancer with our futures trade setups as well. So Dingo, great observation on that one. I like that you pointed that out because, always look at Goldman Sachs, IBM. If you're looking at NASDAQ, looking at those stocks as well, see what they're doing because ultimately the cash market's going to move first. That's what impacts the futures market. So we want to get a good feel for what these products are doing. Even looking at them on a bigger scale too can give you a good indication of where the futures markets might go as well. So just thought that was a great picture on Goldman Sachs. Just wanted to share with everyone. Oh, great job. Love that. Hey, Jeff, if you want to take the screen again, feel free. We got 4 minutes till the 10 o'clock reversal, and that's when I believe Powell's speaking, right? I think we have another report coming out.
Yes, there is another report at 10 a.m.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Fed Chair Powell speak, and then a revised consumer sentiment. And I'm watching. I wanted to see the Michigan report comes in because I remember last time we were here, the University of Michigan report came out, and all of a sudden we saw a bunch of movements, and I said that's just an excuse of a report.
Now I'm anticipating the equity indexes to break through those zones. And now if you want to set something up and you can anticipate, for reasons that we just already discussed about the quarter hour. Okay, we're seeing the NASDAQ dropped in the zone, got a nice little pop. Okay. Generally, you'll see when you're using the leg base group of candles, you get like a 1-to-1 bounce out of that zone. The other thing that I just want to put the little blue dots on there so you guys could all see that. We had a leg base group of candles right here. The blue dots just indicate that the base, it's a base candle. Okay. Now taking and this is one of those odds enhancers that a lot of folks overlook. It takes a while to incorporate it in. But I'm taking the measurement of the leg candles inside the zone and then taking a measurement of the leg candles leaving the zone. And we can see very clearly that the leg candles leaving the zone are bigger than the leg candles in the zone. Now that often means that price will go deeper into the zone, okay? And deeper simply means that we're looking at that 88.6% retracement into the zone as kind of a zone entry per se, okay? And often you can use these zones twice, especially if it bounces off the entry line, and then you can take it again as it comes down. Now, sometimes it just does it all in one shot, depending on liquidity and volume, okay? The fact that price arrived into that zone earlier than the quarter hour, I do anticipate that zone to fail, okay? So the reluctant, I just want to fill you in on some of the thought process behind it, okay, and why we hesitated to get into that trade going long. It was just simply, it wasn't meeting our trade plan, okay? What's the cash market doing? Okay, well, we have no Dow stocks negative over 94 cents.
No, I think
And
he's
I
Jeff.
have
I think he's
four-
asking what is the cash market like? He wants why are we referring to it? He wants
Well, the
just an
cash market,
explanation.
when we're looking at equity indexes, thanks, Daniel. The cash market is referring to the stocks. Okay. See, using the Dow 30 as that odds enhancer, the stocks are cash, real property. Okay, futures are the right to buy something in the future. Wow, we just had a big shift in price. So we now have 3 Dow stocks that are over 94 cents. Okay, nothing negative. 3 times 2. Ooh, now it's dropping. Look at that. The stocks are dropping. Okay, but futures are still holding.
1
Right
minute.
at 10 o'clock when we have economic report coming out. Yeah, I just noticed this one. A little. Should grab the profit on that one. Let it work. See how you broke out and then came back in.
There it goes.
Small scale is there.
There's the report.
All right, so I hope you guys are getting an idea. Now you're starting to see that zone fail. Okay, and futures now are oversold relative to cash. Okay. There's some really great questions coming out today. Thanks everybody for participating. So we're anticipating it to go a little bit lower. Stocks are right, IBM's right at a support. Goldman Sachs still looking a little bit more bullish than bearish, but 3 red candles, gap's been filled. NASDAQ coming back into that zone. So as we are prepared for markets to go through this area here, and I'm also got long puts on Google, so this is a nice welcome. We do have our first bounce coming into play. Must be going good because my computer's starting to lock up a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm getting a lot of information also.
All right, so I'm gonna turn off my camera just a second. And I'm gonna stop sharing so I can. There we go.
Yeah, I think Russell came into your zone.
Yeah, I'm just cleaning up my charts to get the rest of this. Okay, crude oil just hanging in there. Gold's flat. I need natural gas to go all the way down in one shot. That would be a happy Friday.
What's
Okay,
your target? $5?
What's that?
What's your target on natural gas? $5?
Yeah, no, 8 something. 8.752.
Gold just broke the Globex, I think.
All right, so now as we're watching, we're still at the top of the hour, and you got like about 3 minutes. So this is the zone from the prep screen. But as we pointed out earlier, look at how much the Dow just switched. Okay, so as we're looking at price arrive at that zone, and the way that the stocks just reversed, how does that make you feel? Like you really want to jump in, or should you be waiting?
I'm waiting. I'm seeing everything. I like a lot of selling pressure, and I might actually do a breakout trade if the Russell keeps going below, like let's say 1928, because that's a zone that it's already been tested multiple times during the open hours. The Russell's just tanking.
Kate, can you get that message from Katie so we can talk with her after?
What message?
I'll send it to you, Kate.
Okay,
I have a
thank
copy
you.
of it.
We want to make sure that if you guys need help, just reach out and you could send us a private message or email us as well. Let's see. Okay, so S&P, we got the next 4153, 4147, but we're still pretty early. We're about 12 minutes away from that. So as price is coming back down, we have that dead space in below. Okay, so once price gets into this area in the dead space, often it goes to the other side. We also notice that the demand zones don't often work when we're in that that dead space, but breakout trades do. Okay.
The Dow actually held.
All right, Nasdaq's going good. Nasdaq zone is holding, but it's also a support. Now we've gotten the third touch down here. So this could be a great little bounce. There are some unfilled orders. What we'd be looking for now is a leg-based group of candles to form. If it does, we are going to look to take a short breakout below 12,997. Okay, so we still need to set up on that. Let's see what's Google doing. Oh, happy dance.
You know, I bet you Powell is just saying it's rosy roads ahead. We have nothing to worry about.
Trust me, read my lips, right?
Either that or he said those famous words. I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
Oh, gee, run. All right, so what you're witnessing now is there was a leg-based group of candles over here. This was one of the zones off of our prep screen. And it's indicating that there are some unfilled orders. It arrived in the zone right near the quarter hour, okay? And that generally will show us that we do have some, we could get a little bounce out of it. But don't look for it to change the trend, okay? Dow. And, you know, I don't want to imply that there's a lot of selling pressure, okay? Because I don't know if it's selling or not. What I do know, it's a lack of buying, okay? So these sudden drops, as we take a look on, you look at the price, okay? It's on their light volume, okay? When price swept through that area with light volume drop. Okay. Light volume drop is some of the things that we were talking about as far as the liquidity. When we start to get to extremes, especially on the Dow and the S&P, we can use the tick. Now the tick just hit the bottom part, the extreme area. It's kind of like a tachometer. It's time to shift the gears. Okay.
Oh, and looking at the stocks too, they're still pretty bearish right now. So everything's moving to the downside, which was making me more reluctant to jump into the long trade setups, knowing that, you know, Jerome Powell speaking, that report's coming out, all those different things can make you, you know, wait before jumping into some trade setups, especially if, you know, the markets are dropping like they have been, you know, they can be elevated risk trying to pick those bottoms in those cases.
And we're also seeing crude oil start to push back up of that from the open range breakout.
Well, NQ is going up too.
Got a little bounce, beautiful bounce. And 87 out of 100 times, you can get a 1-to-1 bounce off of that leg-based group of candles.
Yeah, I already did 1-to-1.
Yeah. And it arrived in the zone early. I'm now looking for that lower time frame, and I'll drop down to a small time frame. I'm looking for a leg-based group of candles. Right now I got the leg in, got a base, and if I get a leg out and another base, then I'll take the breakout at 12,997. Target will be 12,850. Okay, so keeping an eye on
There is
that
a
one.
leg base forming on NQ. Now, if that candle closes as a base candle,
What time frame?
2 minutes. What your chart right here, right in front of us.
Yeah. So I'm using
Yeah,
that
Daniel, we
Globex,
just said that.
Globex range right there. I'm using that as potentially my stop loss if I take the breakout trade. Now, one of the odds enhancers in doing this, okay, is when the leg-based group of candles is present, Okay, and we realized like the first entry, taking that breakout, the risk was way up here. Do you want to take that risk? And we're getting a nice little bounce on this. We're still about 6 minutes away from the quarter hour. So the leg base group of candles. Comes back on us. Dang it. Give back my little profit.
Oh, it's crazy.
Wow.
Wow, nice call, Caitlin, on that one.
Wow, it just keeps going.
The volatility is nuts, though. I mean, it shot right through our zones, and now it's finally picking up some more momentum. It's like you said, there were unfilled orders there, but with those reports and the volatility in the markets, they can overshoot them by a little bit and then keep going in that direction.
By a little bit, mine did a power skid. Jeez.
Oh, and I noticed in the chat, some people are asking about the live trading room. So if you have any questions at all, please email us directly just to make sure you're getting to us. I'm going to put our email in the chat for you guys. So our email is going to be theelitetrade@gmail.com.
Yeah, I didn't get to go into it. I did some charting on the FX products. Okay, and looks like we have a little sell territory. We have a zone within the sell territory. This is Swiss franc. Okay, 1.0549. Okay, got the breakout, and then we'll look for price to pull back. Japanese yen. It hasn't. This one didn't give me a really good setup. We do have a nice supply zone in the sell territory, 0.74054. Euro's already been playing out. Dollar broke out, got a broke at support. Okay, so now this whole area for the dollar. So now we might be seeing the markets making some changes here. Okay, and
Okay, sorry, I just missed that.
okay, so now we'll look for zones on a 30-minute chart in the sell territory. Okay, so got sell territory. We just now had the breakout. Okay, and we have our opposing buy territory. Now the distance between, okay, it is the profit potential. Now, once you get the breakout, often price comes back up and finds the sellers again, see if they're still strong. Okay, so the breakout trade is part of that setup, just as this is. Okay, and then we're looking for pullback into the origin of that strong move. Identifying sell territories and buy territories again give us a lot of great odds enhancers. And a great visual on profit margin. Okay. So this is something that's unique, understanding support and resistance, why it's important, because this is where the buyers kept stepping in. Okay, and then they ran out of buyers and price broke through. Okay, so understanding support and resistance, or where the battle has been going on, is a great visual. Let's see, we had Aussie dollar as well. Wow, Aussie dollar just did that was a dead space right there. Dropped down, found the support, pushed right back up into a dead space and a zone. Yeah, I had that one planned out a little earlier. Anybody else want to take over, share?
I'm just watching all this whipsaw action going, what the hell is going on?
Well, I was just looking at the hour chart, and there's that huge tail on the bottom side, and I don't think I've ever seen a 1 hour chart with a candle with a tail that big. So seems like it would probably push further down to, instead of printing with this huge tail at the bottom of it.
Well, my old Irish buddy, wherever he may be, said that these are like fingers. They're pointing at the buyers are lower. Okay, so the fingers down and the fingers up. Okay?
Yeah, so
I want to share my screen real quick. There's something I'm looking at on the Dow on a 1 minute time frame. So do agree with that. You know, it looks like it dropped into something. The zone may be a little bit lower. But just seeing on the 1 minute time frame on the Dow, we do have an area where we have resistance that's been tested several times. So right in here, you'll notice this resistance was tested once, twice, three. Then after that spike up, it hit it a fourth time. So if we do start to transition higher, looking for that potential breakout point above these highs, I'd be looking at the range over here to the left-hand side to clear that stack of orders, looking to get above 33,361. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this closely. If we do, mapping out the right-hand side of the chart, if we come up and test it again, pull back, we get that leg base group of candles to form, then I know, all right, I know where I'm going to be placing my stop to then take the breakout trade to the upside. We talked about in the pre-market routine, higher time frames, still more of an uptrend. We did break the prior session's high. So back on the daily chart, we broke that high. We were looking for more trending opportunities to the upside. Granted, we saw a lot of volatility with, Powell speaking and that report coming out. But if we do start to see the transition continue to move to the upside, just looking for a way to splice into that move. So sometimes I have to go down to the really small time frames to find it. But keep an eye on the Dow, just an area of where we've seen price test.
But it looks like it's starting to go down.
Agreed. Yeah, so it could always, go down first. So price could always drop, keep going lower. It could take out this low and go lower. I just like to mark these areas on my chart so that eventually if it does come back up, then I'll know where to take that breakout trade. But absolutely right, it could keep going lower.
it looks like it's trying to go lower, but the hard part is like, where do you get in if you're not already in?
Yeah, to the downside, then we could also look for the 3 touches on the bottom side. It's just, since we're all the way down on the 1 minute, right now we see 1 test, 2 test. You really want to see very clear 3 touches and then that break. Otherwise, you're just getting into it in the middle of nowhere.
Well, isn't that in the dead space where you're looking right there? Those 3 touches to the down.
Is it in the dead space? Let me see.
On the higher time frame, I think.
Yeah, you might be right. Let's see. Do we have the 3 tests on the bottom? I don't think so. See, we have 1 test. It looks like here was our zone, overshot it a little bit. Normally the dead space is where we have the 3 touches on the bottom. I'm not seeing that right in here. Yeah, no real good entry point right now. So that's why I had to go down to the smaller time frames. Maybe some of these other products will have better setups, but Dow just going to be waiting on this one for now. Yeah, again, if we do start to push higher, we have that breakout point entry to the downside. No real good entry point as of now. I see Callie. Hey, Callie, crude oil is shocked. Your thoughts? Let's see, crude oil.
Yeah, I have a picture on crude oil I can share with you real quick.
Oh, perfect.
Back out to the larger time frame here. Just recognizing that bigger picture, we're still in that sell territory. So if I even come out to 120-minute chart, we had our support. Okay. We had our support area. It broke down. So all of this area now is in the sell territory. Okay. So as price has now started to make a new higher lows, higher highs, or an uptrend, we have a buy territory that was formed. We had a resistance, we had a breakout, and now we're looking for a pullback. So on the higher time frame, it's just old resistance becoming new support. Okay. In order to take crude oil long on a higher time frame, we would need price to drop back into the zone right around at 89.54, 89.04. So how do we get into that on the small time frame? Well, the small time frame is we have the 5 minute where we had the open range breakout. Okay. We recognize the Globex low, the Globex high, the 9 o'clock open. We've been stuck in kind of a range here for the last couple of days. So there are some things that are going on with crude oil. And I would rely or lean a little bit further on the larger time frame. Okay. Now, if price does start to move back to the upside, okay, where do we have the resistance? Or sorry, support. And grab our support right around here where we have minimum 3 touches. Price broke that support. And now we're looking for the supply zone on the other side of that. And I'd anticipate something right up in that neck of the woods. Okay, 93.47, 93.96. Okay, because price broke out, now coming back up to find if there's more sellers. Now you can turn the time frame down or up on this to kind of refine that area a little bit better. Doesn't alter it too much. Let's use it 93.53, 93.89. Okay. Now that we see crude oil bouncing up, what are our equity indexes doing? Are they starting to give it up a little bit more now?
Well, they're actually starting to go up a teeny bit.
Yeah. So things are lining up. Okay, or becoming back in line. So the higher the crude oil goes, we'll now anticipate when crude oil gets up into the 93.53 area, it is a short opportunity in a sell territory. Okay. Intermediate time frame, though, is showing a potential uptrend as it's moving through that sell territory, but the dominant direction to take trades in a sell territory is to look to short in a supply zone. Okay. So it's just a little frustrating because the last few days, Callie, the crude oil hasn't been giving us really good moves. So the good moves that we look for, what time of the month do the good moves start to happen with a lot of these crude oil products and stuff? A good odds enhancer would be to use mrci.com. Another odds enhancer would be go to cmegroup.com. Okay. And with the cmegroup.com, understanding, the crude oil and the calendar. Okay. The calendar tells us when the last trade date is, August 22nd. Okay. So that one's gone. The next one is September 20th. Okay. Now, some of the best opportunities to look for trading crude oil are about 7 days before, 7 days after this date. So each month, if you're starting to look at crude oil or any product that rolls from month to month, natural gas, crude oil, gasoline, things like that, anything or gold, silver, anything that moves month to month, okay, like our commodities, 5 to 7 days before the last trade date, 5 to 7 days after the last trade date is that meat. Okay, that's where we see a lot of the opportunities there. Okay, that's where your trading may be at its best. Okay, if you document when you've had most successful trades trading those commodities that roll out month to month, you may find that they're very close to that contract rollover and last trade day. Wow, nice drop on those equities.
What's going on with the Dow? Is it just on its way down now, or?
Well, we're still waiting to find a way to get into it. Okay. So Dow is dropping and it's dropping into a dead space. Okay. The dead space, once price starts getting in here, I anticipate it to go to the support, the other side of it, which is right near the prior session's low. Okay.
So I think it's around 13,030 is a good place to get in to go down.
13,000 on the Dow.
No, I'm sorry, on the NQ, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Gonna say, man, that's a great place to go long on the Dow.
No, to go low on the NQ is
Yeah,
about.
NQ does have that support, okay?
Yeah.
So as we're looking for the breakout trade on the NQ, okay, at 12,994. Well, we have to look to the left and we can say, is there enough profit potential in this? Okay. So as we're dropping into the dead space, we have another place that's going to bounce, another support area. Okay. So breakout from 994, the initial kind of momentum, 967. Next one, a little bounce up, and then we're looking for coming down to the next support, prior session's low, 915. Okay, the target for the NASDAQ is at support down here on the other side of the dead space, which is 12,837. Okay, so if you take the breakout and you're just a momentum, quick, hold your breath type trade, that's just what you tolerate. Okay, 994, 967. Okay, that's just I mean, that's about 30 points or 28 points on the NQ. Quick little pop. Expect a bounce from there. 78% of the time, price hits a support or resistance, you're going to get a bounce. Okay. Once it starts breaking into that dead space, we will anticipate price to go all the way through it. Okay. So the target again is 12,837. Okay. Hi, Chris. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the chat and everything here. Let's see, I'm looking at Seattle.
Just a heads up, stuff is starting to drop again. And I'm looking, there is a zone, but it's basically this whole wick area on the Russell. This is ridiculous. There's literally no way to get in and mitigate risk, even if we took 1/10 of a micro.
Well, and that's based on our trading plan. Some people will get in without having that, but they're taking extra risk. We found that having that leg base group of candles before the breakout, I mean, we're dropping down to a 1-minute chart. Okay. And with the volatility, I have a leg base group of candles here. This would have to be my protective stop loss up here.
Wow,
Now, when you look at that, you're going, hell no, I'm not risking that much money.
that's very
Okay.
far.
So you don't take the breakout. There it is. Pop, 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 967, 967, 967. Come on, come on. Do it. Boom. Okay, we hit it. Now we're looking for a little bounce back up out of that. Anybody take that little quick one?
Nope.
Yeah, the stop was just too big for me. Okay. But now that
And-
we're in that dead space, things are going to start to move a little bit more quickly. So that one's gone.
Jeff,
order to take this
check out
breakout-
internals. Check out internals.
Okay, yeah, we're in a sell program, so we're getting extended, and the advancing issues over declining issues have changed, and the VIX is starting to move up. As all the markets are dropping, very little participation from the institutions are stepping in. You can use that information on the trend. When the trend gets above 1.5 and the markets are descending, okay, you will anticipate that they're trying to put the brakes on the market, and you will look for the demand zones to participate in. Okay. All right. So now we got that bounce up. How cool is that? Okay, so maybe we'll have a chance to get in at the next breakout.
Gotta go, guys. Thank you.
Hey, you're
All right,
welcome.
take care.
Talk to you later, guys.
Where is the next breakout in NQ?
Oh, we need that leg base, leg base.
Yeah.
See, this is not a lot of selling. It's really a lack of buying, as we can see, as Daniel pointed out, with the internals. This is not selling. It's just a lack of buying.
Yeah.
So what would change on the internals to show us that buying starts coming in?
As the markets are dropping, or what we're observing the markets drop right now, you will see that the trend gets up above 150 and above 200, you're just about there, okay?
I got you.
Now, as the markets are dropping, the tick over here is now in that extreme area for selling. So we're anticipating a bounce at this point, as it bounces up, and then we continue to sell. We're also seeing that the advancing issues, declining issues are to the downside. So we're getting to that area where we should be looking for a bounce, okay? But based on our charts, we're not quite there yet. And
But it's crazy because the NQ is actually continuing to drop.
Yeah, this is all out under Powell's speech. That's right here. Powell says curbing inflation will cause pain for U.S. households and businesses.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the drop, but the other thing I wanted to ask Jeff is where's your target at for well, never mind, you've got it on the screen, 41.36. You're expecting to bounce
on the NQ,
No,
on the S&P.
I'm expecting a bounce 41.36. I'm expecting price to go to the other side of the dead space at 41.66 today. Well, maybe not today, but that's where I think we're heading down to. Beautiful.
Whoa.
So do you think we're going to get a bounce off 41.36 and then continue down?
That's the way it looks so far.
Yeah, okay.
I'm looking for a leg base. I guess I want to cut into this Russell,
We're gonna
and
be
I think I
cut.
might have one. Here, I'll show
Hello,
my
good to
chart.
see you here.
I'll show my chart. Guys, seriously, share your charts. You don't know how good it does for you, how much it does for your trading plan. Here, on the 1 minute, I have here a place that's been tested multiple times. That's why it's in white. It got in heavily 1, 2. And so now I'm looking for a bounce, but there is, come on, zoom in. There we go. A leg in base, leg out base. So this candle drops. I do have an order at a 1929 even to go down. And at this point, I would imagine panic would set in. Because next target that I have, hold on, let me auto zoom this. I think I have to go up to 30 minutes. Yep, there it is.
You got that bounce 41.36, just like you were talking about. Bam. But it shouldn't hold.
Nope. I'm not expecting it.
I sure hope it doesn't.
Because that's money right there.
It is. Today's happy dance day.
All right.
Yeah, my computer crashed yesterday and cost me a little money. Oh,
You gotta buy a new computer.
no, it is new. So the builder had WebRoot in here. You don't want that if you're dealing with a trade station. It's never given me a problem. It was not even supposed to be active. And then just some other issues developed in it and it kicked me out and I couldn't move some stops. It cost me some money. But anyway, they got it fixed, it seems like.
there is always something happening with TradeStation on mine, and it happens to me almost all the time. I get stuck on NQ and it just goes crazy. I cannot do anything and I cannot get out of it.
I
Well,
called
NQ also has a
TradeStation
lot of
once.
info.
You can call them and explain what happened. Take
You know, I've
screenshots.
done it so many times, they're totally useless. They have no idea what to do.
Good morning, Chris. How
I
are
just
you?
have to wait and then all of a sudden it comes back to normal, so.
Yeah, that's not TradeStation. That's your data, your internet provider.
Go
'Cause I
on.
have, oh, bonds are starting to rise. Yeah, because I have no problem with TradeStation data.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hardly ever experience a problem with anything to do with TradeStation. Maybe a glitch or something after an update.
Yeah.
But now if your internet.
But it's
provider
just
is having
funny
any
because
trouble
it
at
only
all,
happens on NQ. It never happens on anything else.
Really?
Yeah.
Guy, NQ has a lot of information going on it. This is also why I don't trade it, because it's just been having so many issues.
No, you're probably correct. It has so much in there and it just gets stuck, and all of a sudden that little hand that you have for trading on TradeStation turns into an arrow. And then if I go with the arrow and I want to close it up, it doesn't close up.
Yeah, that I called my internet provider, and I actually, one of the best ways is you type in Google like speed test and take the free speed test and see your upload and download to see if you're getting the right amount of data.
Yeah, I mean, I should be okay. And I have that Black Hawk Wi-Fi, which is very fast. So I have no idea.
Yeah, it's just there's certain times when that data just.
If at all possible, you really shouldn't be using Wi-Fi for trading. You should be using an internet connection. directly
Anyway,
to
the Russell is right there where
There
Daniel
we go.
was talking about.
All right, there you go, breaking
in
that
the Russell.
dead space.
Are you in it,
Come
Daniel?
on. I'm in it. I got 4 micros. All right, daddy needs a new roof. Literally.
I'm gonna grab the screen from you, Daniel.
Go right ahead. I'm hawking this.
Happy dancing, huh?
Are you trailing your stop, Daniel, or just letting it work?
Yup. Nope, I'm trailing my stop.
Yeah,
This is a lot of this. There's too much volatility in the market not to.
Come
smart.
on. You're in the dead space. It's free sailing.
Yeah.
No, not so fast. It's sort of going up.
And natural gas just got a little bounce. I did move my stop. I don't know, Mike, you're still in that? I adjusted down, so I'm locking in at least $100.
Yeah, I got out of natural gas after $40.
Oh, bummer. There was a little more left on the table there. Let's see, I'm still watching, I'm needing, Google is still coming down, so that's looking good. I'm up $1 on that. So yeah, it's going to be a good Friday if we keep going to find the buyers. As we mentioned, you know, these drops like this, take a moment, bring up your matrix. Look at that. That is very light volume with big red candles. Okay, and that's why Daniel's really skittish on this, is because, yeah, we're getting that momentum because there's nobody home. Okay, the buyers are down here about 12,740. Okay, and we should expect a bounce at 12,837. Okay, that was for the NQ.
Where is your target, Daniel, on RTY?
And Jeff, could you show the S&P target?
I'm trying to bring it up, but I'm going to have to stop sharing for just a second.
Yeah, my target on Russell is actually a 1910.
I see.
You have a target on that, Kate? 4114, Greg.
Yeah, that's where I've got, but some of these areas on the S&P we've tested several times. So we're getting, like you said, we're breaking into those dead space areas. I'm looking even further down, if we start continuing this move lower, looking left, if we start breaking this support, we'll have a nice pocket of points down to around the 4,000 area, 4,010. Yeah, like what Daniel was saying with the Russell, if there's going to be some panic selling and price continuing to move lower, then where can we get into those breakout points? You still in that one, Daniel? You
Yeah.
watching it?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Nice.
My stop loss is now basically I have a happy dance stop loss. I'm actually about to take off 2 contracts and just let the 2 micros work, so that way I'm pocketing more money.
Where's your, wow. Is that correct? Your buy territory or your zone down at 1820, is that where you have Caitlin as well?
Mine?
Yeah, I have 1870,
All
but
right,
even that one, it's starting to get congested in there. But I'm looking for a potential breakout trade at this 10-minute one. So that one I think hit a few days ago, but we can see it's tested once, twice, 3 times. So another potential, panic area for price breaking lower would be looking below where we have our 10-minute zone here that's already been tested a few times. So below 1904.1, we could see even more momentum to the downside. So mapping out the right-hand side, price coming back down, we get that bounce back up, then we'll look to take the breakout to the downside below this support area at that point.
Wow.
crude oil is back, Cali crude oil is back in that zone, 9106, 9105. And then I also have another zone at 9078, 9060. Remember, we're in that sell zone, and we haven't gotten into the buy territory yet. Okay, so there is a buy territory, and the zone I found within the buy territory is about 89.54. Good job, Kelly.
Looking like right in here, Jeff. Looks like we have the 3 touches.
My buy territory is from 86.26 to about that 91.17. Is that 91.17 is where old resistance becomes new support. So we'll look for a break, a base there for a moment or two, and then if it's going to continue lower, 89.54 would be where I'd want to go long.
Yeah, so a couple areas right in that buy territory that you mentioned. We can see that resistance coming into play here. We're targeting these areas just below that breakout point. We'll see. And then price coming back up. It looks like, do you have marked a sell territory right in here at the origin of that drop? I found on the
I have one up at
10-minute.
93.53 after the breakout. But there may be a newer one on a smaller time frame.
Oh, I see. Right at that breakout point, or where we're at now?
Right near that break. You have to turn it down to like a 1 or 2 minute chart. Because you can see yeah, it's there. Let's try 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute has it. 92.40, 92.84. And you can also map the support area. Perfect. We're almost doing the same thing. So if you had camera both places, it would be almost identical.
Same thing.
All right, who took their foot off the gas on this market?
Well, keep an eye on your internals.
Yeah, well, I see the trend is pulled back down. We're at 0.86 right now.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna take a profit on nat gas because it formed another pivot point. And there's an opportunity to now take a breakout on nat gas. You're gonna have to get to a tick chart to see
You want to
it.
share? You want to share your screen?
Yeah,
We're also in on a quarter hour. So just
Oh,
keep
good
that in
call.
mind.
I just took my entry on nat gas. I hope it's in the right place.
there was a leg base group of candles there. I'm now down to a 70 tick chart. Okay. I'm trying to verify where the 3 touches, but this is technically where you have those, old resistance becomes new support. So if support breaks going into the dead space, we got a large pocket of points available right there. Okay. And I'm just trying to get the picture right. And that's why I'm adjusting the tick, the tick number of ticks per bar. And I'm kind of hesitating now because it went right into that leg base. But see, this leg base is just a place for me to have a protective stop loss. Okay. This one is not an active zone yet. Okay. It hasn't moved away greater than 2 to 1. It hasn't broken out. Okay. This is why, I don't want to give back, all my profits. I'm just giving it just another couple of moments right now at the quarter hour. Okay, so I'll come back to that in just a minute. Quarter hour, we're starting to see a bounce off of some of the equity indexes.
I made my money back this week.
What'd you say, Cindy?
I said I made my money back this week.
Ooh, good job.
I'm ahead of the game now.
Excellent, Cindy. Love to hear that. Oh, Nicole has a great question. Jeff, do you see it? I think, do you want to illustrate that, since that might be a good segue into?
Yeah, what you covered that, I'm going to take care of some of my positions.
Sure. Yeah, so
Right.
Nicole,
It's all about making money,
okay, so Nicole's question is, when you talk about buy territories and sell territories and zones within that, is that similar terminology to OTA's high and low on the curve? So not quite, it's going to be a different picture. So let me see if I can illustrate that. Let me start with the NASDAQ. And let's see if I can find a good example.
But you can use those ranges or that terminology that they use, high and low on the curve, yes. But the picture that is illustrated, as Caitlin's going to map out for you, need to share your screen too.
Oh, sorry.
Is going to reveal a lot more easier picture for you to process that.
Yeah, so like when we say buy and sell territories, that's what we say to get us in the right area of where we're training our eyes to look. So I'm going to map out a buy territory now by showing where we had resistance that got broken through. So marking on my chart, showing that this was an area where we had resistance. Sell orders were pushing price down once, twice, 3 times, till ultimately there were no more sell orders, price pushed higher. Now that entire area below that is what we consider our buy territory. So this is where we're looking for zones, which is where we have the leg base group of candles within that buy territory. That's where we're looking for when price comes back down to those areas for price to change direction. So notice how NASDAQ, we had our 6-minute leg base here. Price is getting a move up now from this point, all about location. So we can see here we have our buy territory because we had 3 touches of resistance. All those orders were used up. We mark the area below that as our buy territory. And then that's where we're honing in to find that leg base group of candles. That's the reason why price stopped here and changed direction. which is our goal, is finding these trade setups. And then vice versa, you're looking on the other side for where we have sell territories to find the leg base group of candles. So you'll notice I have this 14-minute zone marked. The reason why I picked this one is because we have support on the bottom. I can see that this area of support was taken out, price got blown through, no more buy orders, so price moved lower. So that sell territory where I'm training my eyes to look is going to be that entire range just above that support. So then this becomes our sell territory, and we're looking for our zones, which is the leg base group of candles within that entire area. So it's a little bit different than talking about high and low on the curve. It's more about training our eyes to see precisely where we're looking for price to change direction. Anything else that you want to add to that, Jeff? And does that clarify, Nicole? Yeah, it's more of a way to train your eyes of where precisely to look, whereas I feel like high and low on the curve is more about pivot points. But this is saying, you know, I'm looking to take a short trade in our sell territory, or looking to take a long trade in our buy territory. Okay, wonderful. Great question. Keep them coming. Love that.
Yeah, and love those questions. Yeah, when we identify those sell territories and buy territories, they really train the eye to help us understand the profit potential as well. Okay, and that is really important to us. You know, the areas between a sell territory and a buy territory is your profit potential. The areas within the sell territory or buy territory help us find the zones within that range. So it's really a breakdown. Now, how do we find sell territories and buy territories is we have to first look where the battle was at. You know, how many times did price come up and hit resistance? Sellers, 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 okay? Or how many times did price hit support? Buyers, buyers, buyers. When those get exhausted, those support and resistance levels reveal the place where the battle was being taken place, okay? And in that revealing of where the battle was being taken place, the area below of resistance becomes where all the buyers were pushing price up, okay? And then the sellers were coming in and pushing it down. And just the opposite for the sell territory. Okay, we had an area of support happening so many times where buyers would come in, but the area on top of that is where the sell territory is, where all the sellers are. So within those areas, we start identifying a structure, a pattern. Okay, now the structure, if we make lower high before the breakout, or a higher low before the breakout, often those are pictures that we use to determine where to look for the leg base group of candles. Boy, that was a lot to say. Great question.
And to piggyback off that, notice how this one, I think this might be Chris's question too, you know, the breakout, we can see here, you're talking about the structures. This one, we made a higher low before that breakout point. So then typically we're looking for our zones closer to that breakout point. And notice how price came back into our buy territory, dropped right into this green box and had this huge move to the upside from that point. So it's all about, once you see the picture over here, once we get that breakout, if it makes that higher low, we're looking for our zone close to that breakout point, versus if we made a lower low, then we'd be looking in the lower 2/3. I think that's part of Chris's question. Did that answer it, Chris? Let me see. As the breakout retraces, it takes the upper or lower 2/3. Yeah, so if we make that higher low, you look in the upper 2/3 close to the breakout point, versus if it makes a lower low, you're looking in the lower 1 or 2/3.
And Kelly, if you're seeing crude oil now, you're getting a little bounce off of that zone 9106, 9150. As it's pushing back up to that sell territory, or sorry, it's a sell territory. I just have to go down maybe to a 4 or 5 minute chart. And the zone within the sell territory, 92.40, 92.84.
I think we found that on a 1 minute time frame.
That's correct.
Hey, I just want to ask a quick question too. On a 1 hour time frame, if you're looking at the NQ, there's an area that if we can get through about 12,785, looks like there's a pocket of points all the way down to about 12,170.
Bada bing. Actually, that pocket of points is down to 12,300. 12,260. I had
Yeah, I see that now. Yeah, I overlooked that small area, but will you see where it dropped and retraced back out there down around 175?
Yeah, I have that, I have a dashboard that I use on a 120-minute chart for the equity indexes. Because that helps me stay in line with trend and recognizing where the buy territories and sell territories are at. But it also helps me anticipate when the risk is going to be elevated for our students as well. The S&P is in the middle of a dead space. Okay, it got a bounce out of there. So I go ahead and finish yours on Caitlin, and I'll share.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to butt in.
Yeah, you can share your screen, Jeff. Yeah, we're just getting bounces off of my zones now, but I'm not jumping in because again, that strong low volume drop making me a little nervous to get into some of the long trades.
By
Yeah,
the way,
so-
Robert Dunn just said that on Twitter that the bottom was going to drop out on the ES.
We're getting close.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thank you.
But this is going to
Thanks
provide
a
us some
lot, Bob. I'm gonna
opportunity.
move my stops. My targets.
Wait, a
So-
guy named Bob says we're gonna fall. I think that's against his mission.
Well, it's Robert Dunn. He was an old OTA instructor.
I know, I know.
Oh, okay.
It's a joke.
The
Right,
guy who
Bob.
hates small time frames.
He's crazy.
All right, so as to kind of back up that statement, here we have the S&P now at that support area inside of a dead space. Okay, so a break of 4113 puts us where we'll see that first bounce on the S&P about 4082, which is our next support where we can look to take a breakout. NASDAQ is probably going to lead that if it breaks at 12,809. Okay, we're going to be, we've got a big void right here, two areas of pockets of points where we could see price accelerate. Dow also in that dead space. Okay, and it just got a bounce off of that zone. Okay, but as you see, the zones don't make in the side of a dead space do not make a change in trend. They just kind of bounce up and then often they come back down and fail. Okay, so we're going to see if there's any more buyers in this area, but it looks like there might be some orders that are going to be canceled due to what the Fed is saying and what information is being put out there. So I agree. We start breaking 4113 and then 4,074. There's nothing in the way till we get down to that 3959 on the S&P. Okay, I think the market is trying to find a little footing now. How can we tell if this is going to hold or not? What do we use? What internal can we use to see if the buyers are stepping in?
Trend.
Trend, and it's down.
Okay. So the fact that we're at that support and the trend is still down in the sell area. Okay, does that show that the big boys are stepping in?
No, that means they're still holding, right?
Right, and look what's going on in the VIX. It got a spike up midday, usually it gaps up or gaps down, kind of goes sideways, but somebody has spooked the market and they're now buying a lot of options on the S&P to hedge and offset risk of their portfolio. Okay, and that's what the VIX tells us. It's like, are they buying insurance today? And they're buying it heavily. Okay, they see that, you know, based on what Bob tweeted out, okay, is that there's some potential more downside. Now, we still have to figure out how we're going to get into those trades. Okay, and right now there is, even on a 1 minute chart, there's no really good place to get into it. Now, recognizing that you may be put on the sidelines until we get a buy, find the buyers, is a high probability. Okay, but don't try to jump in on the trend. The risk is too, or don't try to jump in on the momentum because the risk is just too elevated. Another thing, notice the percentage. S&P is down 1.63. Okay, NASDAQ down 2%, Russell down 2%, Dow down 1.3. When we start looking for those areas where price will get a pretty strong bounce is when we also notice that the percentage, or when we're at extreme day, probably better said, is when the S&P is greater than 2, 2.5, 2 3/4 points. That's where we are at a very big extreme. Okay, that's for intraday trading. It can go down further than that. Okay, and just keeping that in mind there. The percentages I keep a close eye on and pay close attention to that.
Also, we're just hit 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. All right. And I did take a partial profit on, I had 5 contracts on Google short. And now I got 2 left. But I'm using the same information, you know, and I got these I usually monitor on a 3 minute chart for momentum. Okay. But I've gone out and with all these stocks, is I've gone out and found the buy territories and sell territories for them. Okay. And as you start looking for where Google's support is at, okay, we're pretty much in a dead space on Google, right? So we're between resistance and support. Price should easily cut through, okay? But I did get squeezed on it yesterday, so that's why I'm taking a profit and wanted to, you know, reduce my size of my trade. So, can you guys give us some feedback? What do you guys think of? I mean, Discord group, is this something that you guys are looking for in the Discord group? I'm gonna try to do this. Actually,
is
we
great.
might. Okay, good. Mike, are you still on your natural gas? Nice. Yeah, I'm just hoping the bottom falls out on natural gas. Here we have the NQ. Remember we talked about that target earlier on in our session? Okay, it's almost at that target. What time of day is it?
11:03.
Yeah, so that was the target. I expect a bounce and I won't be able to go long until it gets down to 12,740. Now, this is also a support area on the other side of the dead space. Okay. In order to take the breakout below that dead space, or sorry, breakout below that support, I would need to have another leg base group of candles. Okay. Yeah, I think Bob's going to be spot on that one.
Hey, Jeff, I'm going to need to jump into another meeting. Did you want to do the recap or do you want me to do that and then you can continue if you'd like with everyone?
Go ahead and do the recap, and then we'll post that also in the Discord chat room. And go from there.
Awesome. Yeah, just want to recap because those of you who aren't part of the live trading room, it is included with our live trading room sessions. Always go over, as we mentioned at the beginning, our prep screen, getting you set up for the day, understanding what the market conditions are going to be like. Economic reports was huge today as far as Jerome Powell speaking, and seeing really how that can impact the market. So needed to keep an eye on that. Also important to recap as well, just to understand, what's open, what we're looking at, what's the trend, and making sure that we're set up to see if any of these zones hit after our session ends. So I just simply I copy and pasted from our prep screen into the recap screen, and I'll go over if some of these have hit, I'll take them out and show you where I have my next buy and sell zones. So S&P, you can see we're just getting bounces off of our buy zones, really just with that volatility in the markets, the reports coming out, Jerome Powell speaking, we saw that spooked the markets. As Jeff mentioned before, it's not necessarily a lot of selling, there's just a lack of buying going on. So buyers haven't stepped in yet. We have seen from the internals that the trend is still relatively low. So keep an eye on that as well. The trend is going to be a big odds enhancer.
Trend is moving up fast.
Is it? Okay.
Right at the support area. So
that'll be good to keep an eye on. So remember, a trend above 1.5 or 2 is going to indicate that we're starting to see the big players start to step in. So keep an eye on that as the markets continue to move lower, it may drop into a buy territory. Trend at a high point, we could see that transition in the markets. So sell territory is going to be at 43.29. It's going to be the same from our prep screen. Buy zone though, these are going to be more of target prices at this point until we start to see more momentum to the upside. Trend getting higher above 1.5 or 2 is going to be a good odds enhancer. So nearest buy territory, I'm gonna have to take a step out, go to, let's see the 4-hour time frame and see where the next one is. So I do have this 15-minute one right in here, but we're starting to get into those areas of dead space as we've been talking about a lot today, areas where we could see we had resistance, 3 touches on the top, as well as areas where we have 3 touches on the bottom. So this area, price has spent a lot of time here. I'm looking for the nearest one after we get through that area, also below this pocket of points. Looking at this 5-minute buy territory at 4010.75. That's going to be on the 5-minute time frame to find the leg base group of candles. And then our stop is going to be at 3994.50. So S&P not picking bottoms again. In this case, we're at that critical support area, but keep an eye on the internals, what the trend's doing, and if we do continue to see that move higher. Going over to the NASDAQ now. Let's see. So NASDAQ 4-hour time frame, we still have our 14-minute sell territory up here. This one's going to be the same from the prep screen as well. We didn't reach many of these sell territories that were up a little higher, so still keep an eye on those. Notice the NASDAQ, we're right at that support area where price has tested this area many times. So price hitting the support area again, getting that bounce, looking for the leg base group of candles. We may get another momentum move to the downside into this pocket of points. Our next buy territory is going to be at the origin of this move to the upside. That's going to be at all the way down at 12,500.25. Be 5-minute leg base group of candles with our stop at 12,448.50. Yeah, I think we might break as well, Chris. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, we're right at that point. So keep an eye on the NASDAQ. We're at that support area, looking to potentially break to the downside. Just need to, of course, be able to manage our risk We need the leg base group of candles to be able to do that versus jumping into trades and not having that group of candles to know where we're going to place our stop. Going over to the Russell. There we go. So Russell, sell territory still intact from our prep screen at 1978.3. Price coming down to our 10-minute leg base, another key support area where we've seen price test this area several times. So potential breakout point opportunity below this support area, below 1904.1. So then our nearest buy territory is going to be below that. Next one is down on the 1-minute time frame at the origin of that move to the upside. Looking at 1878.3 with our stop at 18. See what that is, 1872.7. As I mentioned before, these buy territories more of target prices until we start to see more conviction and momentum to the upside. Then lastly, going over to the Dow. So sell territory still at same spot, 33,687, much higher up. We're also getting down to a lot of these key support areas where price has been several times before. So just if you're looking to take those breakouts, get in on those momentum trades to the downside, go down to the smaller time frames to look for the leg base group of candles. Nearest buy territory, I have to go down into the left to find it. That's going to be at the origin of this move to the upside. We're looking at 31,992. A 2-minute leg base group of candle zone with our stop at 31,944. Okay, so everyone take a screenshot of this. Make sure you have these areas marked on your charts. Again, this is one of the perks that you guys get with the live trading room is that you do get the prep screen at the beginning of each session, as well as the recap screen. You guys get these Thursday and Friday sessions with us, as well as the online Discord group. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to email us at theelitetrade@gmail.com. I'm going to post that in the chat as well, since I saw some people had some questions for us. And if you have any other questions, please let us know, jump on the mic. We'll be more than happy to answer it for you guys.
This is being recorded, and what do you think? Should we make it public yet?
I think so.
All right, so I'll post that after the meeting, so if you guys want to reflect back on it, see what we were talking about. But before Caitlin leaves, I want you guys to type in how much money did you make if you took some trades. Kind of let us know what you've been doing. 500, nice job, Martinetti.
Not much today.
Wow, Chris, good job. 1,800, Gallo, happy dance. Mark, great.
Wow. Nice, Cinco.
So if you're not part of the live trading room, it's only $150 a month. So you guys got covered that. Look at Greg, man. We covered it for the whole year.
I think
Yeah.
that math doesn't add up, Jeff, but
I'm still in, and I moved my stop too close on the natural gas, and then look at the big leg, it just pulled back down.
oh,
So,
great
but
job.
anyway, I'm not dissatisfied. I made money.
You're not upset.
Oh, no, not today. Wait till tomorrow. Hey, tomorrow's Saturday. I can't trade.
So enjoy what you made today. Enjoy it tomorrow. Enjoy it Sunday. And then Monday will be a whole new day.
Oh, yeah. Well, I want to thank y'all very much. It's a lot more consistently on the plus side now.
Awesome, Greg. Love to hear that. Any other questions from anyone? You guys did great today. So proud of you guys. Look at all those numbers.
Yeah, Katie, I'll make that YouTube available to the public. So And we got your email here. We'll add it to, okay?
Perfect. Good seeing you, Gallo. Great job, everyone, today. And again, if you have any questions, please email us at theelitetrade@gmail.com. You can also follow us on Twitter. Just make sure you're following the right accounts. We have our YouTube channel. So if you guys want to see some of our other recordings, we have them there. And then, of course, our website, theelitetrade.com. So thank you all for coming. Any last commentary, Jeff, that you want to say?
No, enjoy your meeting and the rest of your day. I'm going to hang out just a little bit longer. Looks like oil's coming up to our zone. And yeah, I probably only have about 20-30 minutes left that I'm to be trading. So enjoy your Friday. We'll see you later.
All right. Have fun,
Okay,
everyone.
well, bye, Caitlin.
Bye, Greg. I'll
care.
see you guys on Monday. Bye, Danielle.
Yeah,
Bye,
please
everyone.
do, and find us some money.
I'm gonna work on that.
She just
Have a
did.
good-
It's in the Discord group.
Look in the chat. All right. I'll see you guys Monday. Have a good one.
Thanks, Caitlin. Bye. All right. I'll go ahead and grab the screen back. Anybody can share, open. The zone we had painted over here on crude oil, 92.40, 92.84. Nat gas is still working. I haven't jumped out. I was tempted, and I'm liking the number. It's like, yeah, an extra $400, that'd be great. But I know if it tips beyond this 99.360, that there's a huge pocket of points right there. So I'm kind of, and I also anticipate that contract rollover. Go ahead,
Jeff,
Daniel.
take a look at the euro real quick. I know the markets are going down, but the euro actually hit the 5-minute zone that took out that previous high.
The euro?
Yeah, euro futures.
Oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Wow. So we missed it by 2 ticks. But the shape and the pattern, the geometry all played out. Beautiful. And to think, all we had to do was stay in the trade.
I like the way Master predicts the future.
But we are approaching an area where we have, look over on the S&P daily chart, is that area right in here, which is a support. And if you take any time looking at the weekly charts, this is going to like a head and shoulders pattern as well. So, traders will be looking to short at that point. And that first area, I'd still be looking right down at 4,004 from the daily chart, which could be significant. Now, using that daily chart as an example here, when we go back in history and we start looking at some of the major up moves, okay, most of the major up moves have pretty much the same picture. We have dropped a base to rally, and price dropping back down, making a higher low before it goes higher. Okay, and same over here. And as you go further back in history, you'll start to see that at the end of a downtrend, they're very self-similar patterns that are also at the beginning of an uptrend. Okay, and as we start looking at these patterns that are historically there over and over and over again, okay, you will start to see that, oh, it only makes sense if we're going to have a new uptrend, that we need to make that same pattern. So price does need to come back down and make that double bottom, higher swing low, before a new uptrend can be established. So that significant move to the downside is going to panic a lot of folks. And of course, the bear market and all that stuff is going to be playing out. But we have to be aware that we need that second touch down here to see if the buyers are really going to step in. Okay.
Well, trends
So-
at 1.36, we're getting pretty close to 1.5.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said the trend has moved up to 1.36, even though we're pushing a little lower.
That's exactly what you want to see. So as now you're aware that you taking profits is not that big of a deal.
Absolutely. I moved all my stops.
Now, the other thing is that traders are now getting a little bit more anxious to get in. As the price continues to go lower, they're going to try to keep shorted. Okay, while the trend is showing us there's more upticks and up volume than downticks and down volume. So they're stepping in to put the brakes on the market. Okay, but they haven't locked up the brakes. Once they lock it up, you'll see the trend is above 2. And then approximately 15 to 20 minutes later, you'll see that the markets are getting a significant bounce. Okay. So as we're getting ready to break this support, okay, and we have our demand zones below that. Caitlin just went through and posted all those for us. And I didn't take a picture of it. Hold on. Let me text her. So, yeah, I need those because then we'll go out and we'll plot the zones that she had. So the further that this drops, okay, and it's a breakout, we're going to see some accelerated move. Okay. It's going to be that panic, that exhaustion move. Okay. What typically happens is people stay too long in that. Now, if price drops into a demand zone and that trend, look at that 1.5. Okay. So we see they're stepping in, we see the VIX is climbing. We're already starting to see that the drama is building. Okay. And we're starting to break those areas. The bounce on S&P looking for about 4,082. We're about ready to break down on the Dow. The Dow is the other side of that, 32,433. So if you want to know a place where you're going to take a profit for some of the intraday trades, okay, that is where to expect to take a profit. Now you find your zones below that. Now NASDAQ also breaking into that area. Okay.
Is the NASDAQ ready to continue going down now, you think, with a leg base?
No. Yeah, I'm on the sidelines with this too. I'm just, I got Google, which is still producing me a decent little profit. Okay. Actually, 200% on that now. And I'm just in natural gas that I'm still waiting for the break. Now, natural gas does have another opportunity at 9.360 to take the breakout, but you do have kind of a big stop. Okay.
Wow, so it's going to continue.
Here comes
going
gold coming around the far outside. 1733.30 by 1729.
Wow.
Everything's going down. Everything's on sale.
Not quite yet. They're just marking it down. Oh, Caitlin posted the prep screen in the Discord group. Okay. So I'm going to take that here on the S&P. And all you have to do is just take a couple of take your Fibonacci tool and I'm going to modify it. Just changing the color to blue. And then I'm going to go to the data. And for the I'm interested in the buy territories because the markets are dropping, right? 3994 and 4010. Okay, so that was the zone that she had posted from the prep screen. Okay. NASDAQ, same scenario. I don't have to put both of them on there. If markets are dropping or rallying like this, all I need is the one where I'm going to be looking to make a trade. NASDAQ 12448. One, 2, 500. Okay.
Wow, that's far.
Yeah, there's a couple little areas in between. See that? You know, notice I told you not to take the short on the breakout because we're getting to that extreme, and the way that the trend is moving higher like this, we're about 15-20 minutes away from getting a big bounce off of this. So I'm going to keep an eye on. I'm hoping for that little exhaustion move down there, but and I want to close out my other Google. Oh, Daniel, I thought you'd be more active. But I see when you make money, you get quiet. It's going, oh, everybody's going to be happy with me at home today, right?
Daniel, you get your wife's trip paid for?
That was already paid beforehand.
Oh, cool deal.
You have anything you want to add, Daniel?
Right now, I'm keeping an eye on the euro. I am still in the Russell. I actually moved my stop down a little bit. I wanted to add on to the position, but I don't know where to get in.
All right, we'll come back and evaluate those. I'm just posting right now. I'm plotting the zones that Caitlin had. 1872.
You know, I'm looking at this market movement and this fear that's coming in. And it's you know, I would say it's amazing, but it's something that we sort of saw coming,
Yeah.
especially with Powell speaking. Here, I'll share my chart real quick.
But the Russell never reached the 1910.
The day is still young. That's the thing. Remember, we actually saw the trend was getting high. So that means the buyers are coming in. My target was 1910 because that was where I saw, but I do have a trailing stop setting in and it's almost about to hit. But yeah, I put my stop right up here. I already took off 2 contracts, so you know, happy dances everywhere. Wow. Gold is just giving everything up.
Coming for us, coming for us. It missed my short opportunity.
Early for the market to be pricing in and stuff from Powell, because he really didn't say much. You know,
He just says more pain is coming. I'm starting to look at this now, and I'm thinking that if we break this down, we might actually see you know, a nice V-shaped reversal. Here we have no, this isn't the right zone, but here we go. I might actually hit the reverse button right up here.
Then what? Start going up?
I'm looking at it because this here is all just pockets of points. And remember, this is technically low volume. This is nothing.
Yeah, people will be maneuvering the mutual funds right towards the end of the day. So a bounce back up. I mean, if you take the pulse in the room, you know, anybody that's short right now has been looking right now for an opportunity just to take a profit, right? We're not necessarily looking for a way to take a trade back up. We're just looking to take a profit on what we had. Okay.
Yep.
So once that starts to spawn, we're going to get a pretty big retracement. And that's why I'm looking to profit on some of the other things. Once we get that bounce, then towards the end of the day, we should see price start to move lower. And keeping in mind the percentages that I talked about earlier with the equity indexes, okay, Russell and NASDAQ are at that percentage area, kind of that max place, okay, where the S&P and the Dow still have further to drop. But they're also coming into support where 78% of the time we'll get that bounce. Now we just need, if you're going to take a bounce back up, you need a zone to jump into.
I'm
There
also
will be a lot
looking-
of people wanting to take profits. Oh, how about crude oil? Anybody get that one? Callie, did you get that?
Just saw it, missed it. It just touched the zone.
Yep, there it is.
92.51, blink.
No, it took about the supply zone we had marked.
Let's look at, I want to
Yeah.
quickly,
That little drop base drop. The wick of that's 92.51. It just touched it and peeled right away.
well, look what we have here forming.
Yeah, I had 92.40, 92.84. Okay, so we got about 15 minutes or so where, we're watching that trend. Once it hits the 1.5 or gets above it, it's every, 20 minutes, you're going to anticipate if prices lining it with the demand zone, you can take a trade within that time period. But we're also going to expect kind of a bounce back up in these markets. Right now, this is kind of just a teaser.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna close my Russell trade.
Gonna miss it. Gonna miss it.
Probably am, but the nice thing is there's always another trade tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but or Sunday night if you're feeling gutsy.
Busting your chops.
Yeah, this is what's pissing me off. This is what's pissing me off. Just wick me out and go away.
Oil's still marching back up.
Yep, I think they were just teasing everybody to get in, and
Yeah, a little algorithm go, hey, let's get some suckers.
but the you still have support on the Dow at 32,666. Okay. NASDAQ's off the table, S&P getting a bounce. So now that low candle 4107 on the Dow, S&P
Yeah.
is a breakout point where we could splice into this. Okay, but we still need the leg base group of candles to form.
Are you taking
It's
that lowest?
there.
Look at that lowest
It's
wick.
there on the 1 minute.
Okay,
4106.25 to
Yeah.
4115.75. There's a zone there at 1 minute. Now it
Where?
just has to get active. 4106.25.
Oh, here, you mean? And this is to go long.
Yeah.
no, it's short breakout.
Yeah, we were looking
No,
to break
it's not-
short.
it's a long. It's to go long. Red bar first. It's at that red bar. I'm here. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see. Yeah, right, right there. Leg base, leg base.
But that's the thing. We're still saying that it's still going down.
Yeah, it's just a resistance area. It'll bounce off.
Yeah.
it, and then
Yeah.
come
If
back
anything,
through.
yeah, we might get a small bounce because this is a zone. This is already a zone that I had charted, and it's bouncing off of it. But you know, right now I would say if we get back to this area here, then we would say, yeah, maybe we should go long because this is dead space. This is dangerous.
Pocket
If
of
you're-
points.
Yeah,
Low
if you're
volume.
already going long, if you got in here and you're going long, fine. See, Russell is showing us the.
Yeah, I didn't get in. I just,
Hey,
Yeah,
natural gas is at the breakout point.
Oh,
To do what?
you
You're gonna
stay
miss
in
it, Jeff. You're gonna miss it.
To do what?
to make more
Go
money.
down.
Go
I don't
down.
understand. To go down or go up?
Go down. Yeah, Jeff, if you look at the daily chart for the ES, you know, it's just hanging out in that same spot it's been for a while.
Yep.
So you're looking for it to break down and get down into the that next little zone at about 39.50.
I posted on Twitter. Let me show them the chart, Daniel.
Sure.
Unless you're gonna take a trade.
Probably over the next couple days, over Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday-ish.
Yeah, see, this is the area I had marked on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that I shared in the Twitter.
Yeah.
Breaking down below this area, 4,026. Next stop. And notice it's just been playing off of these.
Yeah.
NASDAQ as well, with 12,592.
Yeah.
And we're in a zone on the YM, but it's still, if price breaks that area,
Who's getting into stuff?
I did.
Into
I
what?
got into natural gas.
boom, in the dead space.
If only I hadn't have moved my stop earlier.
But it sort of wants to go up all of a sudden. It's crazy.
Because it knows you got in, guy. It knows you got in.
Now my
So-
account's too small for nat gas, so I don't have to worry about it.
Well, I just made $97 and I got out.
Get up and do that happy dance.
That was very fast.
And
Yeah,
it
those
can
are always
go very
fun.
fast the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're fun when they're going your way.
Yeah, I like that dead space. I'm just, I'm hoping that, you know, now that it will finish it, get down to that support, break that support and come down to
All the way down to
8.75.
the 87.52.
Yeah.
That's a long way though.
It's possible.
Well, we saw this move over here. Once it broke, it just went bing, 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 bing. Okay,
Yeah, it was an amazing move.
yeah, and I took $40 on that one.
Well, you're making up for it now.
Now you make me feel guilty.
Oh,
Because
that's all right.
I got in the last moment. I made $97 and I got out.
Hey, Jeff, you don't ever do much opening range breakouts on the equities? Any one of those would have been really nice today.
I have in the past. It's not one of my main ones that I look at, but it's a great strategy to use that information along with your zones. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it today and I'm like going, shooting myself in the foot for didn't take any one of them, and any one of them would have been paying quite nicely. So,
But you know, we know those strategies. We just have to, sometimes we have to study them for a while to incorporate them into where we actively make trades with them.
Yeah, I use some of what Brandon Wendell does, where he breaks it down into the opening candle down into smaller candles to
Yeah.
minimize the risk. I just
I
gotta
I don't
start
understand.
marking them more often and go back and back test it, because I think I'm not using that strategy to my full advantage, or even some advantage, you know.
Brandon is a very technical trader.
Yeah, yes.
I love him, but like I did his spreads, but those were
Yeah.
so technical.
Well, it's
You
just
know,
like anything else.
Those
Once you,
spreads are very, very nice trades.
What's going on with NQ now?
still going down.
So do we have the leg base already? I mean, I keep getting confused here.
It's formed right now on a 1,000 tick chart. You can find it right there in the last 6 candles.
What's the number that you find it on at 12,820 or?
It looks like it's going to start at 12,809. If you're taking it short, 12,809 up to 12,831.
I see, thank you.
I
Do we find it?
found the leg base up on the natural gas on a 70 tick chart, and it's easing its way back up there now.
Yep.
You
Do
see
we
it
find it at all
also there.
disconcerting that Trin is starting to drop down as well?
That's great, where it means we go down, right?
I know, but the fact is that it jumped up, which at which point I would think like the banks are covering. They're just, I think might be setting up for short positions.
That's why I'm down here. If they're
Up at 360.
is watching for the leg base group of candles over here. There it is, 2-minute chart. So as we're looking, we got a long ways to downside, is that we can look to take a little momentum trade as it breaks 32,682. But keep in mind, if you're taking breakouts down here, your risk is a little more elevated, 32,760. So, it may look like, oh, that's pretty small, but no, it's actually quite a number of points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go, NASDAQ 809.
So the S&P and the Dow were the ones that were set up for the breakout, kind of finished their move. S&P breaking 4106. Stop loss 4121. Recognize that you're taking a little extra risk, but also we're just getting to the other side. So if you're taking that breakout, there's a support right there at 4,087, and there's one at 32,433. So those should be your targets if you're taking the breakout on the Dow or the S&P. Okay. 433 should be a place where you're going to take a profit, or 4,087 on the S&P.
And those are the two strongest indexes right now too.
And they're the ones that are just barely at 2%, while NASDAQ's 2.6.
Yeah.
and such.
Yeah.
Jeff,
What was
where's
the target on the S&P?
yeah?
S&P target 4087. That's see, there's the breakout here. There's not much room to it.
2-minute leg base forming on Russell. Just this last candle needs to close as a leg.
And what'd you say was the target on the NQ? The NASDAQ?
NASDAQ, I'm not taking the breakout, but you got 12,740, 12,710. Now that's just a rally area. There's a zone, and I went back and checked this to make sure. And you guys should always be verifying my information on chart, because sometimes you can move these lines. okay, is I wanted to come back and look at this. That's why I changed the line weight. Because on this one, I didn't have the 3 touches to the left-hand side. Okay, this one I did. We made a break, pulled back a little bit and shot up. So this is the origin of this move. So I'm leaning a little bit more heavy on 12,665 as where I could take a long trade. But right below it is another pocket of points. So have your stop in play. Okay. So all 3 of those areas, because we know there's certain style of traders that take those rally-based rally trades, and they often get stopped out and accelerate, and bounce down into a zone and change direction.
I believe they're called OTA traders.
I didn't say that.
I did.
Master is
Not looking
conservative.
wrong. The rally-based rally is only good if the picture to the left supports it.
But it is a place where we should expect to bounce. 87 out of 100 times. If you find a leg base group of candles there, you get a 1-to-1. Yeah, you're
So,
now-
so- go ahead, I'm sorry.
what you're now playing with here is, the people that are going to try to take this, the novice traders, okay? This thing could blow up on you really quick because of the drop it had today. The percentage moved down. Also, there's a large pocket of points right in here. And it's a time of day where people are saying, well, at lunchtime doldrums, I'm taking my money, I'm going home. Okay, I'm done for today. And then you have the people that are just looking for a bounce so they can get out of a trade or recover a little bit. This is why anytime you're going to take a breakout trade as part of your supply and demand trade, you need that leg-based group of candles so that you have a place for your protective stop loss. Now that we're getting that bounce, it's right on the quarter hour, but it's not in a zone, okay? And we're starting to see the equities get that little bounce. It's going to tease people just enough to get them in. We need another leg base in order to take the trade short, okay? So I'm not looking to take the bounce back up until it gets into a zone. Okay, and my zones are
I
much lower.
thought NQ was in a zone. 12,809 and a quarter.
I didn't have that marked on mine. I had that as I could be wrong. But I saw that as support area.
I marked it some time ago as a zone. I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. So.
No. That's why I'm going back and look. Yeah, I just don't see it the way it fits for my eyes.
I see.
But that's not to say that you're wrong, okay? Just see, there's going to be some people that are going to try to pick the bottoms right now to catch that move up. And where are they going to have all their stops?
Right below the low.
Just below the low of that low wick.
3 ticks below.
Yep.
So that's where, down here, if we were going to get a retaliation or a big pocket of buy points, we would have already seen the move back up.
Yeah, there's no momentum behind the up. It's just
Correct.
floundering around.
Okay, so the opportunity
over.
to take the breakouts down, but it's got to be controlled. It's just like a coiled spring at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's a very long tail.
And look, we're starting to base right here on the YM.
You like the breakout on the ES better than the Dow?
I think that, well, let's take a quick look at the bigger picture. See, the Dow has a little more price movement. Actually about the same on the S&P and the Dow, which will take the NASDAQ into that pocket of points. And we may see the NASDAQ use that old resistance as new support.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm not expecting a trend change. I'm just expecting a bounce. And for the NASDAQ, 12,963, S&P 4,087, and the Dow over here, 32,443. And since we're looking at the breakouts anytime, that's why I keep coming back to that picture, is finding the leg base group of candles so that you do have a place to manage your risk. Okay. Using the tick along with this is if you get that breakout, okay, and then you're watching the tick over here, it's like your tachometer, okay?
okay,
When it gets below that 800, negative 800,
Yeah.
that's when you're got your finger on the button to take it. Sorry to interrupt.
okay.
All right, drawing them in, drawing them in. A nice
There it
little
is.
breakout. I mean, this is almost playing like textbook too. Each one of these bounces, each one of these are just off of like the same picture that we're looking at. Hmm. Come on, natural gas, give us one of those big red candles to the downside.
And you're on the QN with only one contract? Wow.
Yeah,
Imagine if it
Who
was an
says you gotta
actual
trade those
one
minis?
contract.
yeah, and it's the mini.
Oh, man, I can't, yeah.
Now, crude oil doing really good.
So Jeff, when are you treating us to drinks?
I'm afraid of crude oil.
So
I'm sorry,
you're
Daniel, what's
trading
that?
a QN, Jeff, and that's a partial contract of nat gas.
Quarter.
Yeah, 1/4.
Okay. What's the ticker symbol in trade station?
QN.
QNV?
Yeah, we're on a V
Yeah,
contract now.
Yeah, V would be the current contract,
Thank you.
but
On
it's
last trade date is on the 29th.
it's like 4,500, $5,000 in margin per contract.
Well, if you were to do a regular contract, it'd be around 30,000.
And trade station's not up that high, but yeah, it's up there.
And the V contract trades out on the 29th? Or the U?
U is rolling over to V.
Yeah,
Used last trade date is on the 29th.
okay.
Yeah, V is the October contract.
Yeah, and that went, see, we had the dead space up here, but we could even call it this dead space more of the, you know, a sell territory as well, but between resistance and support, very often supply zones and demand zones don't work. Okay, that's why I was really skittish about taking that trade. But on the other hand, in saying that, the last trade date is one of the main reasons I'm bearish. Okay, as they roll from the front month or they close out the front month contract, anything. See, on Monday, the last trade day, okay, the only people that are trading on Monday are people that are willing to take delivery. Okay, and if they're taking delivery on that, then of course, you know, those contracts are going to expire and they go to par. So that's, I'm anticipating, you know, some last minute traders getting out of that front month contract, and then on Monday morning, afternoon, so Monday afternoon, early morning, on the 30th, I would expect a price to intersect with a demand zone, and then we would be going long natural gas back to the upside.
Yeah,
And all right, go ahead.
no, I was
And-
just agreeing with you.
And seasonally speaking, you know, nat gas has been one of those trades to take 15 out of 15 years between the September 7th through the 17th. Typically it goes long. And it's also one of those recommendations over here. And this is a good resource here. If you, I think a couple weeks for free. Little slow on the loading, but a lot of great technical information.
Yeah. Well, with everything that's happened this year, you know, nat gas supplies are going to be constrained all winter, and there are people talking about it going all the way to 15. So
Wow.
That's crazy. It used to be so cheap.
yeah, it used to be. Merlin had John Barr from barchart.com on. He's a big natural gas guy. He was talking about some of the fundamentals of how that commodity actually works.
That's cool.
It's kind of explained the seasonality to it too.
But remember, inflation is transitory.
Yeah, sure it is. As long as you define transitory as a longer period of time than they thought.
No, it's transitory. It means a transition into the next.
Next period of inflation. Yes.
Yes. I love how they spike the football and say, "Oh yeah, we fuel is down. You know, you're paying cheaper now for gas. We're paying cheaper than we were 2 months ago, but we're still twice as expensive 2 years ago."
Yeah, or even a year ago.
You know, I bet you Biden is sitting at the office go, "Wow, this inflation really sucks. Thanks, Obama."
I doubt he's thinking in those terms. That might be beyond his
Capabilities.
capabilities there. And don't you know, it's blame Trump. Trump did everything wrong. I'll just stick with my philosophy, vote them all out. Try again. I don't care which party they've been in. If they've had more than 4 terms, they need to go. And of course, president can only get 2. So 4 years, get a new one.
Wow, look at NQ. It's really coming down now.
Yeah.
All right, how the internals? Back down, kind of gave it up, didn't it?
Yeah, looks like our bounce is starting to finish.
An exhaustion move.
Come on.
Who knows? Maybe now it will go down quite a bit.
So I was
Just need
looking
that
for-
leg base to form.
Yeah. Here we go.
What's our target on the down?
32, 4 to 30. Right? 433.
We're at almost 3 minutes before 12. So if we get one last push up, that might be the exhaustion move we're looking for.
Need the exhaustion.
It's almost there at 682.
Come on now, guys, get back into that dead space.
No, it decided to go up all of a sudden. Crazy.
How do you know they're greedier, getting greedier? Moderna is suing Pfizer.
Why?
Copyright infringement.
Uh-oh.
Hey, it's time to reshuffle some of the billions of dollars they got.
Well, they both made billions.
Yeah, but you know, they want to equal it out. That's what lawsuits are for.
Crazy. I hate both of them. I don't want to take more of those stupid vaccines. I had enough.
Anybody notice that the euro just had that beautiful pop? Damn.
Yeah, see the bonds are sliding.
That's not good.
Down.
Dollar dropped from 1086 down to 1084. That's why that euro popped.
Yeah, but I'm looking like if the dollar's starting to, if the dollar is dropping, that would mean that the stocks will be rising. I
Mhm.
want to see the dollar rising.
Well, it seems like it's kind of hanging out now.
Okay, yeah, we hit the 12 o'clock hour.
Here we go. Watch the Dow. It's getting close to Jeff's 682.
A lot of risk on here though.
Yeah,
12
there's
o'clock.
so little support behind either direction. Kind of at that, let's just all hang out in the same price for an hour place.
Mhm.
Yeah, the more it stays here, the more novice are gonna see a support area and try to jump on it.
Yeah,
Or their stops will be just a little bit below, so that's where you gotta give it enough wiggle room.
yeah.
There should be quite a few stops. Are you guys watching the matrix or level 2 information?
Yeah.
It's crazy. The Dow is down
Pretty low
already.
numbers in level 2 data.
I have a very
Well,
hard
only
time
goes
reading
2.
level 2.
There we go.
Here we go. It's gonna touch. Touched now. 682.
There we go. I heard an order fill.
Order filled.
2 of them.
Yep,
Hey, it's extra risk, you guys, so manage it
Yeah.
accordingly.
I'm gonna take small profits.
Come on, get a nice little surge. There we go.
All right, panic at the Wall Street.
There we go.
No, it's still got a ways to go. I need to see Russell
yeah.
follow through. The Russell also needs to break. NQ is still holding. Dow broke. ES holding.
I'm out.
You know, we used to call Debbie Hick the pirate, you know, and she was in our trade group before, long before we were even part of OTA, and she would take those. Also, Tilly Allison would call her 10-tick Tilly. She would just take 10 ticks out.
Order filled.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah.
else took it. Someone else
Yeah,
is
I
out
can take a
her.
bit off. It'll make my day a little bit better. Got over $50 for the day. So, you know, it's a
There you
start.
go.
Made up for my losses yesterday.
Oh, crap. Come
What?
on.
Oh, man. Sorry, Jeff.
No,
I'll
don't.
just jump
Not
in
yet.
and
Not yet.
25 contracts. Push that down for you.
Jeff, hit that sell button 5 more times, please.
Order filled.
So.
Okay, make it 15 more times.
Looks like the ES was the better breakout, maybe. We'll see. Maybe not.
I haven't triggered on the S
Everything,
yet.
everything just took a little, hold your breath and done.
So where is the demand in the Dow?
Hopefully down to 32,438-ish, but
I
Yeah.
see.
We're targeting 32,437.
yeah.
Yeah, that's far away.
Definitely not seeing that, that momentum down. It's really we're
Not
gonna take
yet.
our time getting there, I guess.
Trend is starting to rise slowly, but advancing issues is not moving. So we might see more push of it to the downside. Come on, break it down. Make like a 90s rap song and break it down.
No, it's very slow.
Oh, now it's picking up a little.
No, because I do have a leg base on the Russell here, Jeff. I'm stealing the chart.
Yep.
And guys, anyone can steal the chart. I don't have to do it myself. Leg in, base, leg out. And I just needed to break because here we have an area that's been tested multiple times, especially if you go on 1 minute. So I just need for you to break.
So where is it at 1912? Danny,
Yeah, so so let's say this on 1 micro here is about $40 risk.
but where is your entry, I'm asking?
Entry is right here, 1912.6, the low.
12, okay, 1912.6. Yeah, I have it marked already.
But I'm trying to see here. I want to see more convictions from the equities. They're fighting their way back up.
Good trading, everybody. I gotta go.
Take care, Ed.
Have a
Bye-bye.
great one.
Have a good
Hey,
day.
Jeff, how come the QN and the NG don't move in unison?
Good question. I think, well, the QN is very thinly traded.
Okay.
I did take profit on that. And I have an order at to take it short again at a 9.420.
You know, Russia's burning up their gas.
You're gonna take it short at 9.420?
Yeah, that's where I have a little zone.
Yeah.
It dipped into that dead space, bounced back out. You could even take it at 9.360, which may be a little more conservative. But he also, like Chris Morcon also recognizes, with where the volume weighted average price is at 9.475. So it's no, I've been paying a lot more attention to that since Chris has been mentioning it.
Is Chris in our group?
He's in there right now. He usually
Yeah,
comes in
he's on the
Thursday, Friday
chat.
with us.
Okay.
Needs to get a mic though. Got to get him a mic.
With all the money he makes, you would be I think he could afford to at least get a mic.
Yeah, she's speechless. Anybody still in the Dow?
I am. I got stopped down on the NASDAQ and the S&P, and I haven't really found a place I want to get back in.
Here's Jeff.
I have
Wouldn't
the
this be the
S&P
stop on the
breaking.
Dow? On the 3 minutes, we do have the leg base right before the breakout.
Where?
What is that on?
This is the Dow. There's your stop. It's a lot better than up here.
What time frame is that? 3
3
minutes?
minutes. All the equities did formed this leg base on 3 minutes.
12.
Keep an eye on gold. I'm placing an order out there. 1733.
Are you going down at 33?
Take a look at the chart. You help me figure it out. Am I going long or short at 33? Yeah, 33, 30.
You're going long.
Yeah, in a buy territory. The target will be about 1780.
Wow, that's far away.
Is
Sounds
Jeff
people.
43 or 33, did you say?
33. 33.6.
I have two zones. I got one at 1738, 1727, which is on a higher time frame.
Ah, this one right here.
Yeah, inside that higher time frame, there's a smaller zone, 33 by 29. Yeah, crude not dropping.
Nothing's dropping.
Only gold. Gold has dropped 24.5.
Order filled.
Is that me?
It wasn't me. Yeah, I want to see gold drop faster. I mean, it's on the
You want to see it make like a
numbers. It's
politician and
only
drop
on the
its
numbers.
pants?
It's only 27.
Well, guy, you know what to do to make gold drop faster?
What?
Buy a contract.
Yeah.
Take one for the team.
The second, and I promise, the second you go long, that's when that's when gold wants to go short.
Yeah, gold is crazy. Like 3 or 4 years ago, I actually enjoyed it. It was a lot more normal. But since then, it's just like crazy. I mean, the dollar goes up and the gold will go up.
$25 Dow stocks negative.
Wow. Who knew it's gonna turn today the way it did? It's crazy.
Jeff knew.
Yeah,
He had it planned all
posted it
along.
on Twitter yesterday.
I think one of the ways to tell is if you can wake up in the middle of the night and look at the London Open.
Well, I'm up at 3 a.m. my time, which is an hour after the London Open.
So then you can absolutely see that it's gonna go down.
Yeah, that's why I come in early. I start preparing early so that we have, so, I have everything drawn out, but also to gather that information.
Yeah.
See, this is why Jeff wants to move to Dubai, so he can already be fully awake at the London Open.
What's the name of this crazy guy, Bob Dunn? He says that he makes most of his money before the market even opens.
Yeah, you have a lot of those traders that do with the pre-market. They, that's how they play it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Cindy gets the gold star for taking her profits, huh?
Yeah. I knew how, I didn't want to risk much.
Nothing wrong with that. Don't let anybody tell you different.
Well, if you know gold, and you're gonna try and predict, is it gonna go up in 38 or 33? It's always the second one. It's always the lower one.
Quarter hour.
Yep. And still nothing.
The Dow is, no, it's still not below that support.
At this point, if it's going to break, I think it's going to break hard and fast because there's no volume here whatsoever.
Yeah, there's nothing down here.
But to get in now is just suicide. It could whipsaw you out so badly. NQ is still testing those new lows. It's the Russell that's holding everyone up.
I've got about $5 risk on this trade now. I'm on 32,437. While the trend goes higher.
He doesn't seem to be moving fast enough.
I'm telling you, there's something in that Russell. It's holding everything up.
Let's check it out.
I think wasn't it this week it did the same thing. It held everything up and then it turned. That's why I say I needed. I'm looking for Russell to break that, and then once it does, I know everything else will lose its footing.
Yeah, well, Russell is right where you had your target.
I know, but it's still not moving. It needs to break.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1910, looking at a 5-point drop on that.
Meta dropped 3%. All the stocks seem to be down like 2.5%, somewhere around there.
So that means we should be getting a big rally pretty soon.
No,
No, a big dip.
it's the stuff needs still to dip a little bit more.
Yeah, we're starting to see the trend climb. So just keep an eye on that. And then you're also, when you start getting nervous, you should be seeing that the tick is at or below that 800. So, what Guy was saying is not technically wrong. He just feels it differently. See, that tick is right there, and somehow he's sensitive to these little moves, and that's just part of a style. Okay,
Yeah,
so if we get below 800, okay, that's where I'm gonna activate my matrix and start, have my finger on the button to take a profit. Hopefully that helps. I mean, you can turn this down to like a 3-minute or so to see that there's more downticks and down volume than upticks and up volume
yeah,
right now on the tick, but we're at that extreme where we've gotten those little bounces before. So once it goes red below 800, okay, and you're hitting your target, you just want to grab that.
what do you mean by 800? I'm confused.
See the tick chart over here? It has a range. It's like a tachometer on your car. Okay, and once it gets to the extreme, it's when it kind of shifts.
Yeah,
Okay, so we have not been in a buy program, okay, buyers for a while. We've been all on the sell side pretty much all day.
yeah,
Okay, once it gets past that negative 800
I see, I
and
see.
dropping into a demand zone, that's an opportunity to take a profit and go long.
Yeah,
See, it's holding down here. I just down to a 3-minute so I could watch it a little bit closer.
yes.
A good trading day for most everybody here.
It's been pretty good.
So sometimes it's often we get a little nervous when you never know what the market conditions are going to do when you invite everybody to come and do some live trading.
Absolutely. But it's not like the good old days, let me tell you.
And as we started, everything was an inside day this morning until that economic news came out and popped us around before the market opened.
Yeah. But a few years ago, you could be making like $500, $600, $700, like no problem. And today, with all this hard work, all I made is $90.25.
All right, tick is getting below.
Almost. Trend isn't rising though.
What's the
NQ is
time?
NQ is breaking down. Russell is still holding.
Yeah, Russell is stuck there.
That's what's bothering me. That's what's stopping me from executing anything because I'm afraid that it's just going to whip me out.
Yeah, Russell can be strange at times.
I'll see you later, Jimmy. Boy, that VIX is climbing.
Internet's starting to run slow. That's a good sign. There we go. Russell's starting to break.
And they're off.
And internet is starting to freeze. I don't know if that's a very good thing or a very bad thing.
Kind of talking like a chipmunk now, too. At the helium going, huh?
Come on, come on, come on. Push down.
Yeah, I took profit on nat gas, and the next trade I have is got $62 worth of risk on it. I am short right now. Seems to keep stair stepping every time it pops up into those leg base, leg base. It's just, what drove me to take profit was the amount of capital. It was a good profit, so I wanted to pocket the money, so.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you take profits, it doesn't mean that, the trade cannot continue. It just, when it feels good, take the money.
But you think it's gonna continue going down or?
Well, that's what I'm betting on, but I wasn't gonna give back, only take 100, so I pocketed $375.
Mhm.
And I'm just waiting for this next drop. That drop over here, what time did that happen? $1 o'clock,
Yeah,
okay. So what time is it now?
now it is almost 1 o'clock, 12:24.
So we're right about that same time.
Isn't that also the time that the pit's closed?
Getting close.
Well, it looks like your Russell sort of trying to go up.
Yeah, Russell's got that support right there.
Yeah, and it's holding that. I'm telling you, Russell breaks, everything else goes down with it, but
Yeah, we got all these little tails over here.
he's holding everyone up.
Daniel, why don't you just command the Russell to go on down? It looks like that's the only thing we're really waiting on.
I think it's gonna work more if you buy a couple of contracts.
Okay, well, let me step over and get a couple.
Order filled.
You mean just take them now for where it's at?
No, I'm take them up, buy a couple of contracts going up.
Oh,
After that, it
no.
starts to go
I
down.
can't do that. I'm short everything. Well, wait a minute. If I buy them going up, maybe it will turn down. So Jeff, are you liking the natural gas pullback? Or did you get out?
I took profit and I got back in as a number 3 entry at 94.20.
Here we
Well,
go, here we go.
I had that zone on that 70 tick on the NG. It went all the way to the top of it before it turned around. It almost stopped me out.
Wow,
No adventure is fun without a little danger.
Natural gas is dropping very nice.
Oh, yeah, it's making me feel very fluffy on the inside.
I got 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
At the moment, a belief that inflation is going to be more ingrained into the system than some people.
Yeah, I got the tweezers going on there. NASDAQ's almost to that rally-based rally.
What are you calling some tweezers?
Well, it's got the technical term is a tweezer top or tweezer bottom. And what it is it's like two tails right next to each other.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's see if I can find a.
With like a doji candle sitting between them?
Yeah, it's just often seen at tops and bottoms where you have the market testing that top or a couple of different times. I'm trying to find a good example. Not really any on the Russell on a 15-minute chart, but you can go out to Investopedia.com and type in tweezer top, tweezer bottom. It'll give you all the technical jargon for it.
Okay.
Euro might break that support. Let's hope it does.
12:30, you got a quarter hour.
Yep.
Well, I got stopped out of my NASDAQ and my S&P.
You got stopped out of what?
NASDAQ and S&P.
I see.
Yeah, IBM Goldman Sachs still pushing lower at this point. Yeah, I still have Google. Dow. One minute. I'm gonna add on another 2 contracts at the break it at 6:06.
Uh-oh, they just opened a Trump affidavit.
And
I'm just expecting since it's Trump, the market's gonna move now.
Rally, huh?
Yeah.
And it's moving down.
Yeah, S&P is moving down too.
The NASDAQ and S&P both turned right below a leg base on 1,000 tick chart on the NASDAQ, and we had 3 touches right there where it broke out, but maybe it comes back in a minute.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's a beautiful day when we trade with the master.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
No, master, just traders helping traders.
Don't cut yourself short. You are a wealth of information that, you know, as soon as Elon gets it capable that we can put a little something in your head and stick in a USB drive and get that information, we want to weed out all the bad stuff and just keep the good stuff.
There
And
you
then we
go.
can
All right.
just share it.
all right, quarter hour. Let's see that sell off.
Yeah, it looks like it just missed me. I can't be mad though. Natural gas is running like a falling rock.
He just touched the 606. The
Yeah, that
Jeff-
didn't take my order.
But now it's going up. It's crazy.
Telling you, it's that Russell.
Hey, Greg, Chris is asking you a question. Where's Greg Sanders from?
Where am I from?
Yeah,
Oh, from Mississippi. Who is that? Chris who?
Chris Marcon. He's in the chat.
Where's he from?
He's one of, he worked, well, I'll let him tell. He was at OTA student, still is.
Wasn't around the Atlanta area, was he?
No, he's in Boston.
Wait a minute. Chris, did you happen to do Michelle's classes in Atlanta?
All right, all right. Dow, Russell broke. Russell broke.
Looks like a fake out on my screen.
No, it made a new low. Might be a break, might be a fake out. but it is showing that there's
Yeah,
weakness.
5 more points to go.
Five more points on what?
On Russell till it gets to the 19, 10 area.
You looking to take a bounce right there?
Maybe. I'm actually looking to take a confirmation if it comes back out of that zone.
I got you. So we have a leg base.
There is on 3 minutes, we do have on all equities, leg base, leg base.
That's crazy. I've never seen Russell down 49 points.
52,
Huh?
52 points.
49 on my trade station.
Guess we have different information.
But I'm on M2K. I'm not on RTY.
All right, take one for the team here.
Let me see what the Euro's doing. The Euro also broke that zone.
Notice where the tick is at.
Almost 800.
What does that tell us, Jeff?
That tells us that it's gonna start going up.
Oh,
No, that tells us that there's selling pressure. When it gets to the minus, that's selling pressure.
Yeah, and it's basically, you know, like on a tachometer on your car, once you get to the red line, you know, the gears shift. So the negative 800 is kind of the red line, and positive 800 is kind of the red line when the max number of upticks and downticks, and we start to see a little bit of a bounce at that point.
okay. It's backing off pretty good now. It's back down to 500.
Yeah, it's good trading days like this. A lot of that stuff in my head starts getting jiggled loose. That's why I like the Discord group and look to hang out in it a little bit more.
But if
Sometimes
nobody
it's
else
impossible.
tells you, I love the fact that you're here. Daniel's great, but I get to hear you talk about stuff that's buried in your encyclopedia, and I love it. I got to go get some more coffee because I'm too happy. I need to get jittery.
All right,
Absolutely.
well, you step away from the computer, the market's going to drop for us, so.
Wait a minute. Let me get my wife to get my coffee.
Well, thank you for that.
Oh, it's dropping now. Crazy.
Hey, look for the, watch the tick and the time.
Now it touched the 800 again.
Come on. Panic. Panic already.
What a grind.
Oh, it's crazy. The Dow is down 617 points.
Order filled.
There you go. Now it can go.
Took one for the team? Yep.
Yeah. All right. At least nat gas is doing good. $12.50 worth of risk on the trade.
Order filled.
What was that?
Just taking that a couple $100 profit. It might go deeper on the zone this time.
Markets are pointing lower, but I think now they're just going to dance around a little bit to fake people out. I think now we're just going to increment down slowly. And that's literally means nowhere to get in.
Apple's coming in. That little zone right there on Apple. It's finally breaking down. 164.57. Boy, it has a long ways to go. Remember, what was it last week? I was trading the ASML. But puts on that. Shoulda, woulda, coulda stayed in that one. I had a 565 puts. They were expensive. And it came right up here and I got out with about $500-600. And now it's almost 55 points in the money. I had time, I just chickened out. Not a bad place to take a profit, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, look at NQ is going up like crazy.
Stocks are not though.
This is a shakeout.
And the NQ and the S&P just hit our leg base.
You got any stocks you're looking at, Daniel?
Stocks, not really. I'm playing that Bed Bath and Beyond put that I sold. It's in the money, but they could sell if they were to, call me on it. I still make $150 on it right now.
All right.
So what do we do now? Do we go up finally or what?
Whatever the charts tell you to do. I'm trying to get to read this redacted affidavit. It's not giving it to me. I think the site's crashing.
Yeah, Chris is posting some good information in there using the volume weighted average price. With some of those bounces. But you don't have a microphone. I'd love to hear you talk more about that.
So what is he saying?
Just recognizing where the volume weighted average price is at.
If Chris doesn't have a Best Buy near him, Amazon can probably get him one of those headsets like Daniel's got. I love mine too. But we got to get him some equipment.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of the Discord group is you guys talk, not chat.
Oh, what a crazy market.
I guess bring up a tick chart. Kind of. We've got all these stocks just drifting down. But you know, like IBM and Goldman Sachs. Let's just bring that out to a 60-minute chart. Let's go to Goldman Sachs first. Um, oh yeah, look at Goldman Sachs. Leg base, good candles.
It's crazy. Gold just went the other way.
Yeah, I still have an order out there on that one.
Yeah, all these companies are putting their affidavit images, what's it called, behind the paywall. Wow, NQ had a nice swing up. But notice the euro didn't move as strongly. The euro is still going down.
Wow, it's crazy. The S&P is down 94 points.
What was the percentage it was down?
It looks like it's 2 point something.
Remember what I was talking about that
Yeah.
earlier? When the NASDAQ gets down, or when the indexes get down that certain percentage.
Yeah.
So unless
I may have
for real,
missed it, Jeff. What did you say about that?
Well, on the equity indexes, when you start to expect a bigger bounce is when the S&P, like here, you see, I keep the net change and then percent net change. So right now, S&P is down 2.27, 2.25-ish. And about 2.75 will be kind of that extreme. Once it gets beyond 3, then you're going to start to expect it's going to double that. And that's where the limit moves would come in, where it would lock limit or shut down the market if it drops more than 5%.
I got you.
And the reason it halts the trading is simply because of they're going out and finding liquidity. There's just no buyers.
Thank you for that. Daniel, did I interrupt you?
no, I'm saying at this point, we're just waiting for more panic to set in. But, and I know that they don't like to do that coming into the weekend. So I'm also watching that. I'm thinking, just
Do you
closing.
think that the Sunday open will give us some really good opportunity?
Again, remember, this whole Jackson Hole meeting is going over the weekend. And whatever they say over the weekend, the market's only going to take into account on it Sunday evening.
Yeah. So Jeff, I found 3 touches in the 9.32 area on a 70-minute tick chart on nat gas. And it went down and hit an area which made a 3rd touch when it broke through. But I'm yet to find a really good leg-based group of candles, even though it's basing where it's at. Have you seen anything in that area?
That's the bigger zone that I have marked right here.
Okay.
But it's not an active zone until it moves out greater than 2 to 1.
I got you.
I'm just really kind of itching just to take this off at this point and just be happy with what I got. It's just, you know, it's kind of like you go to the casino and, you know, for me, when I go to Vegas, if I bank 2,000, 3,000 bucks, you know, I'm pretty much done. I have no more desire to gamble. Just take my money and go have good dinner and show and come back and do it again. So I'm kind of getting to that point mentally where I just, I'm good for the day. I've had a good day and just, you know, I feel like I'm kind of pushing to get a little bit more where that greed monster comes in and just kind of interrupts my whole day.
You mean he hangs out at your house too?
What's that?
The greed monster.
He's a real. And I know the greed monster is coming in because I am reluctant to put a stop loss on. Yeah. Because I'm looking and say, okay, my stop loss should be right here, which I've got to put it on. Okay, but I really don't want to lose $100.
Yeah.
Or give back $100. And when I start feeling that way, it's just like, well, you don't have to give back $100. You just got to get out and get $37. You know, and you start having that conversation going in your head. I've got 4 minutes. Come on, gold, come for us.
So I did turn it down to a 50 tick chart and found a leg-based group of candles. And if I'm not misunderstanding what I'm looking at,
In what?
do what?
In what?
In natural gas.
I see.
And the leg that actually left the formation leaving is smaller than the next candle. Now I could be wrong. I'd like for you to look at it and see it's basing right there. It's done tapped into it. It barely wicked into the small candle leaving the formation. And then it broke down through that first area where we had 3 touches. It's retraced back to it. Just look at it, see what you think. I'm thinking it's going to come deeper into the zone, probably up to about 50% of the large candle that formed. And maybe at that point, it'll drop out.
Could you share your screen?
Well, I could, but I'm on two different computers.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with y'all on one, my trading computer. I don't ever try to get into the internet any more than directly to TradeStation.
Gotcha.
That way he doesn't experience the slowdowns.
Yeah, I'm doing that today too. I have two CPUs.
So what's going on with the Dow?
It's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down. I think we're going to be basing now until the end of the day. If not, if we're not going to get any sort of rally or panic, nothing's going to happen at this point.
That's what it feels like. But you know what? I keep looking at the clock. It's just barely 1 o'clock.
So Daniel,
It feels like
we,
4.
Daniel, are we not getting back to our zones on the Dow and the Russell?
I don't know. That's what I'm looking at. The Russell is close to tapping that 3-minute zone. But again, this Russell is the strongest index. It's the one that's been holding up this market this whole time. The NASDAQ is tapped into it and now it's reacting to it. Slight small bounce. Let me see who else. YM, not even close. And the ES also not even close. Again, I'm feeling that unless any major news comes out or something, we're just going to be basing around here for a little while. I don't know if this Jackson Hole thing is going to cause any more of a panic than it should. This isn't, what's it called?
Well, it's 1 o'clock now, so.
The Jackson Hole is really just a lot of fluff. There's not necessarily a lot of not of market moving news that comes out of that. You know, everybody's looking for something to come out of it, where they're going to come and save the day, but that's not the type of meeting it is.
Yeah.
That's only my experience talking, because I was using that Jackson Hole thing. Oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, and nothing.
I think it's more like a conference.
Yeah, it's not an FOMC meeting. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And they each give up and give talks that talk about, you know, some new ideas that may or may not be their point of view.
And it's like a G20 or G7 meeting where they have, but for the banks.
Yeah.
Bitcoin is reaching that 20K mark. It might break that, at which point we would see a lot of other things tank.
Well, jumping over to the tick chart, if you want to play this bounce to the upside, just look for the same information. Okay, we're looking for where we have the 3 touches. Looking for the leg base group of candles. Look, take a breakout. And then you start looking up and left. Where's the next sell territory? All right, here you go. That was a really good question about, the curve analysis. And, based on your time zones, yeah, these buy territories and sell territories can do that for you.
What's happening with the Russell, in your opinion, Jeff? It looks almost like it's time to go up with it.
Well, I'm kind of looking at the up move as well. Or bounce. So as you see the chart in front of you on the S&P, a tick chart. I've got an order to go long at 41.12. We have another resistance, so if I were to look at a targeted move, I would say got target 1 and we got target 2 respectively coming in there. Let's change the colors on these. And we got a late base group of candles now right at the breakout. So I'm even able to tighten up my stop loss. $106. Target 121.
Jeff, are you still in net gas?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Wow, because I'm saying that thing's still dropping.
Dead space drop. The drop happened at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's when this one happened. 110. It's a couple minutes away.
Well, here we are. We just touched 112, but it's going down.
I got $30 worth of risk.
On the ES?
Yeah. Three minutes. Let's see if we can get that big drop in 3 minutes.
It's starting.
Someone got in on something.
Rally.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap up here in about 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
Gotta go do some work. Caitlin said she got all the emails done and everything on the admin stuff, so now we have to have our
Well, you're a
about things
genius.
going forward.
Jeff, you're a genius because it's starting to drop on Natural gas, just like you predicted.
I'm on 8752. Seattle's getting a little tricky. I was anticipating the drop would be a little bit more forthcoming. It's still holding that area. And we're still looking for that 89.54. With
Yeah.
that old resistance, new support working out. Uh-oh, comes the bounce, go. It's same time. How about that, Daniel?
Exactly
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, wow. So what you're saying is this happens every week?
Yeah, just got to take out that support. No, watch it and it stops moving. Dang it. Hate it when that happens.
So you're gonna target 8.752.
Well, if it takes out that support, yeah, that's the area. That's the next demand. This whole area has been used up. Could even get a little wider range on that. Yeah, 1308, 1310. I think I'm gonna grab a couple $100 on this thing, get out.
Order filled.
Let's wait for the next pop up to that.
Well, where it just broke that new 3-touch zone, it built a leg base just right above it on a 50 tick chart.
50.
Yes, sir. That's where I actually entered it and caught that down move.
Is it in demand now or?
It's on its way back up there. It's just right below it.
Oh, that's crazy.
65 tick.
Did you find it on 65?
Yeah, 65 tick has a nice little leg base.
That may be why it does. It doesn't hit it. No, it's right below it.
So this type of activity takes place usually about 5 to 7 days before contract or the last trade day. That's why I pay more attention to natural gas and crude oil for a little bit bigger moves on that time.
Cool.
Order filled.
Get stopped.
Oh,
Out of my
there's your
30
phone
bucks.
call.
Yeah, that's my office phone rolling over and it's not supposed to. We are missing a nice drop in the equities. Or I am.
Ah, it's crazy.
So there was a FISA warrant on Trump.
It was what?
There was a FISA warrant on Trump. That's one of the things that they used for the affidavit.
5-1.
FISA,
FISA warrant with a court.
They didn't find anything, did they?
they're saying that they did. Wow. This affidavit, almost all of it is redacted.
They're gonna go after this guy no matter what. I mean, the people are crazy.
Yeah, but when do we stop sitting back and watching the fight and jump in?
Well, I mean, many people are trying, but
You know why people like us don't fight? We're too busy working.
but
You know,
those
I seen a
Democrats,
T-shirt the other day, and on the back of it, it was talking about this company and this lawn care company, and it says, "We work harder than an ugly stripper," and that is stuck in my head. Just like, you know, that's a busy person.
Bingo, it's not a link. I'm part of a WhatsApp group that basically it's a they send out news articles and stuff like that.
So now nat gas is just sitting there basing below the zone.
Man, Euro is giving back everything.
So the S&P is forming, if we get the base here, it's formed a leg base, leg, and if we get this base, it's right below. Possibly this could be the third touch, so that it'll go back up. I'm looking at it on a 750 tick chart.
On that guy?
No, sir, on the S&P. I'm looking at the MES, the U contract, and on the 750 tick chart, we actually just missed it on the 750. It formed a green leg, now red leg. It's pulling back down, so we may not get it.
well, we touched it at 112, but then instead of going up, it started going down.
Yeah, now it's going completely. Looks like it's going to push through that zone. I thought it may form there, that little leg base group. It's kind of like a merry-go-round. We just don't know when it's going to let go. Jeff, have y'all locked down a visit to Dubai in November or October?
We're waiting for, we know it's going to happen in November, but we're waiting to see how some of the get some approvals. There's a lot of licensing that goes on just to have a seminar in Dubai.
Okay.
They have peace with Israel now.
Yeah, no, now it's easier for Israelis to get in there.
What?
It's easier for Israelis to get into Dubai.
Yeah, they love it. And they're flying to Dubai now over Saudi Arabia.
Which I still do not have the stomach for that.
No, but it's very safe and it's much shorter.
I know. I know.
We hope that it stays safe anyway. I understand that it's
You know, last week I spoke to this Israeli pilot in the Air Force, and he said that he was flying with another F-35 accompanying this one El Al flight over Saudi Arabia. And a Saudi F-15 showed up and just shook his wings like saying hello to them.
That's great. They say it's a very beautiful country. I hope to get to go someday.
What country, Dubai?
Israel, Saudi Arabia, I've heard is beautiful. Dubai is, I've
Yeah.
seen enough pictures of that to know that it's fabulous.
Yeah. Well, they're both right next to a beautiful sea. It's the Red Sea.
I don't know. I could go for a couple of days at the Dead Sea. So Jeff, when are you going to have a couple of those seminars in Israel? You know, then you can bring me and introduce me, you know, as the Discord guy.
Well, that's, you know, that's certainly on the agenda. Have anybody of you looked up Neom, Saudi Arabia?
I did.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? You see that, the line?
Yeah, I did. When you talked about it earlier this week, I think it was, or last week, I went in and checked it out. I think that's going to be just absolutely fabulous to see a big, well-developed, fancy line of buildings and all stretched across the desert.
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, so.
Actually, it's very close to Israel and it's right next to the Red Sea.
Yep. So that whole region area, and actually the whole purpose of doing the pilot here in Dubai is to get the licenses, get the notoriety so that we can have the ability and the presence over there. So we're hoping everything goes through. Everybody's still working on their parts, and it'd be a great adventure. I'd love to get into that city there. I'm still waiting for a couple of other investments to come in to play right now. They're kind of tied up in court. But once they do, then I'll have plenty of capital to get, you know, purchase some of that stuff.
I just seen Chris's message.
Well, I think I had enough already for today, so.
Yep.
The last thing I want to do is lose money on Friday.
Yeah, this is definitely now.
Well, I'm not
Internals
as-
have calmed down. Everything is screaming no trade.
I'm not as happy as I was. I let that gas get a little off of me.
Yeah, I let Russell take a chunk.
And notice something's starting to happen on that gas. Look at the gaps down here. We don't have many, they're not to the upside, they're to the downside.
So is yours showing orders in those dark spots?
In here, yeah, these are orders being bought.
Okay. So I can see like the numbers of the orders on each one of them, but in the darker regions, can you see the orders laying in those, or they're just empty?
Those are empty.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an open position and orders. So if I placed an order to sell short at 90. Right there, there's my open order.
I got you.
It's gonna, risk is gonna be about 100, 120 bucks.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I got to hop myself.
All right. It was fun today, guys.
Absolutely loved it.
All
right.
right. Thanks, everybody,
care.
for hanging out. I'm planning on doing this next week as well. Kind of, I'll have Caitlin, ask Caitlin to send out an email for that.
Cool.
And yeah, this was, hopefully we'll have another Friday like next week, like this next week.
Hopefully we'll have another, every day will be like a Friday.
There we go.
Yeah, look forward to meeting you, Chris. You're gonna have to go shopping today, get you some communication equipment.
Seriously. All right.
Yeah, look for the email next week, probably Wednesday. It'll go out for this. Glad to have everybody here. And thanks everybody that for participating. So
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, if you have any ideas Sunday afternoon, you want to shoot me an email, I'll try to remember to check it.
okay. Will do.
And y'all have a good weekend.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate you. Bye. Oh, and the recording will be posted on YouTube.